Okay. Does this work? Am I audible? Wait, why is this even live? I thought I was using the testing stream key. Wait, am I peaking? Or is it... No, okay, microphone is fine, I think. Oh my god, dear lord. I've been through like a whole gauntlet of trying to get YouTube and OBS to cooperate because Jesus Christ, they are not cooperating. And now I'm kind of surprised because like I'm using the testing key. Why is this public if I'm using a testing key? Like it literally says it right here that it's on the testing key. So why is this live? And is this gonna like create a YouTube video now that I'm gonna have to like delete afterwards because I don't want to like have stream testing be part of my YouTube channel? Why is everything like this? Cool, great, nice. Technology, we love technology. But it looks like the stream is working, right? You can hear me. Okay, well, do I just start my stream? Do I just like accept fate? I don't get to do stream setup because I wanted to like... You got a notification for this? Okay, cool, great. So I've been looking for this, like there's this checkbox apparently for whether or not you want your stream to automatically go live as soon as YouTube receives a signal from OBS. I don't have that checkbox. Everybody on the internet seems to have that checkbox. I just don't have that checkbox. And so I couldn't like verify ahead of time that I wouldn't go live as soon as I stream. But apparently it does go live, so cool. Okay, so that ambiguity landed on the more annoying side where I have to do stream setup while live. Good lord. And then like I can't like log into my YouTube account on OBS for some reason. Or it seems like OBS is behaving as if it thinks I'm logged into the wrong account or something. It's not showing any like readied live stream on YouTube. It's not showing that in OBS, even though I refresh the list and all that. And so there's that. And then I keep having to log in multiple times over and over again in OBS because any setting I change, I have to like, yes, I've already cleared the cache. I've tried that as well. I've tried so many things. But like I've logged in multiple times, verified multiple times that it's the right account. I've done this whole thing so many times over, but OBS is just refusing to let me log in. And then while I'm doing all of this, there's someone walking across my keyboard and swishing their tail in my face and being generally very disruptive and very adorable. Hello. Hey. Hey, Thailand. Hey. Yeah. Okay. Hey. What's up? What's up, Thailand? What's up? What? You're so goopy. Okay. I just use a stream key. Yeah, so that's what I did now. I think that's why it started working. And here I was using the stream testing key. And so I figured that wouldn't go live, but apparently y'all got notifications, which is like a whole nother level of going live that I didn't expect. Okay, well, I guess it's working. Salad, can you stop pushing my mouse around? Thank you. No, you're still pushing my mouse around. Okay, all right. Have you tried turning the stream on and off again? Well, that's going to create another YouTube video because YouTube is like aggressively creating videos out of every single stream you make, which, for better or for worse. Okay, well, I guess even though I'm using the stream testing key, I guess it seems to be working. Is this like secretly not an official stream now, or... Because now I'm not sure if I end this stream, is it actually gonna like save that VOD? Or is it not gonna do it because I'm using the testing key? You know, it'd be nice if these things were like clearly spelled out in front of me. Salad, stop eating my microphone. Yes, we're gonna do bevel. Bevels for half edge is the plan. Or was the plan, but right now the plan is mostly salad. You, hey, Mr. Bother. Yeah, I'm gonna bother you because you keep bothering me. Yeah, yeah. This goes both ways, buddy. Yeah, you're a little bit bothered now. Yeah, you're slightly bothered. Okay, all right. See, if this was Twitch, I would just like end the stream, change the key to the correct one, and then start streaming again. But if I do this on YouTube, it's probably gonna create a video out of this current mess. And then when I start streaming, it's gonna create another video. And then the question is it gonna keep the details of that video description and the thumbnail? Or am I gonna have to like redo that whole thing? Or can I like copy it? Or it's like, oh my God. Like streaming on YouTube is like the worst experience. It's like surprisingly annoying. Salad. Good Lord. Good Lord. Can't you delete the VOD? I can, but it's annoying that I have to. Like, I don't want to have to think about this. Like, Twitch is nice in that you can just like, it doesn't really matter that much if you have, or like Twitch will resume a stream if you interrupt a stream, right? But I don't think YouTube does that. Or at the very least, the reconnection is like really short. You have like 5 seconds to reconnect, I think. But on Twitch, if I like end a stream and then start it shortly after, it's still going to be the same VOD, I'm pretty sure. And even if it's not, then, you know, it's going to be... It doesn't really matter as much on Twitch, because people don't generally go to Twitch to watch videos, right? But on YouTube, it kind of does matter. Anyway. Okay, I'm going to make some tea, because I need to relax after this annoying gauntlet through YouTube. It was almost as annoying as all of the Silksong gauntlets. Okay, let's see. Do I put up like a little thing? Do I have a text? I do have text. Okay. Wow. Okay, that's text. BRB making tea. Okay. Enjoyed your Silksong tweets. They're very relatable. Blue skies, I mean. No, they're called tweets. They're not skeets or skies or whatever else. Okay, I'll be right back. What silent? Goodness. I am alive, yes. I am making tea though, so I'm not supposed to be live right now though. So I was hoping I could do like stream setup off stream, but YouTube decided that I need to be live to do stream setup. So usually I have chat on screen, but I don't know how to do that with YouTube. Streamlabs is supposed to support it. There's like a checkbox for it. But how do I actually, do I need to like connect it somehow? I don't know. Something's missing somewhere. Because like I do have chat, but it's on YouTube. Oh, it's connected to the wrong... Okay, interesting. So Streamlabs is connected to the wrong YouTube account. And I wonder if it's the same account that OBS is defaulting to, and then it's not letting me switch to the correct one. Maybe? Oh my god, I think that's it. I think it's because my YouTube, or like my Google account has multiple YouTube channels. And neither Streamlabs nor OBS has any way of selecting which one to use, it looks like. Or actually, OBS does have it for the... Not for the connect account section, but it does have it for the, like, YouTube control panel. There you can select specifically which one. As I'm guessing all the issues I'm having is specifically because the control panel is logging into the correct account, but the connect account section is logging into the wrong account, and then I'm guessing it's the same account that Streamlabs is trying to log into, which is the wrong one. So it's defaulting to the wrong YouTube account. Or no, wait, what? Why? Or no, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Well, hope you're enjoying whatever this stream is right now of debugging how frustrating streaming is on YouTube. Okay. I'm gonna ignore on-stream chat in case I can't get this working within the next 5 minutes. I'm just gonna not get it working. There's just not gonna be an on-screen chat. Streamlabs YouTube account, or Streamlabs wrong YouTube account. There we go. Okay. Okay. I've tried logging in and out again multiple times. It's it's not fixing it. I've also tried clearing the cache. I've tried a bunch of things, and it keeps logging into the wrong account. And so, okay, I couldn't find much info on it for Streamlabs either. Okay, we're just not gonna have an on-screen chat, I suppose. Unless maybe I do like a really shitty looking pop-out chat, but then it's going to be like a different size depending on the window, and then it's going to look different depending on... okay, I don't know. I don't know. So like, will you ping Discord or still getting ready? I am very much still getting ready. I was supposed to do this off stream, but you know, YouTube decided to go live, and so here I am live. Cause like, okay, add source, browser, YouTube chat. Okay. Like what? Is there a reason why no Twitch stream? Because Twitch makes very, very, very little money, and so it's like I get almost nothing in return, but on YouTube there's like a tiny bit in return at the very least, and so it would be nice if I could just get YouTube up and running properly. What's a good size for chat? I don't even know. Width. 420. Height. 300? I don't know. Okay. So does that work? That creates a tiny little chat window. Okay. That is very small, but maybe it's better than nothing. I feel like it should be a little bit wider. We're gonna do 512 by 420. There we go. So we still get to keep the funny number. This text is tiny, but does it, can I fix that? I don't know. I can, like, I guess I can just force resize it, but now it's gonna be like filtered, which is not great. And I don't know if there's like I don't think there's a scale parameter. I guess there's a custom CSS, but I don't know. You could zoom the browser. I'm not sure how to do that. Can I like let's see, control via OBS. Does that let me control it? Maybe? No? Okay. Or is it because I locked it? You can interact with the browser source. I mean, doesn't seem like I can. Control scroll does nothing. Okay, refresh cache. That's probably good. Okay, how about now? Nope. I did check the control via OBS button. Oh, HTML, zoom. Oh, there is like an HTML thing for that, or like a CSS. Does that work? Refresh. Okay. Okay, am I gonna have to like do the math manually to like... Oh, there's an interact there. Okay. Oh, the control via OBS is a different thing, I guess. Okay. Wait, so if I remove that and then interact, then I can, okay, now I can scroll But then if I... Okay, there's no browser zoom there. Okay. Okay, we were trying zoom again. Zoom 1.5. Okay. So this is zoom on the body instead of HTML. Yeah, live streamed OBS setup. That's what we're doing because YouTube decided to just start the stream without asking me ahead of time. So, okay. So like, how do I, well, okay, maybe it's just the browser source is hitting like the minimum size. So if I set it to like 1024, is it gonna fit? Does this cut messages? Someone type a very long message that'll get like line broken, if that's a verb. Wait, that's not verb. Or wait, to line break, I guess. Oh, okay, so it's not even showing the last message at the bottom because... okay. Okay. You know? So, okay, yeah, zoom makes it go out of bounds. I don't think there's a way to make it stay within the bounds as far as I know. Because it kind of zooms everything. I think like maybe I can force the font size to increase or something, but that kind of hinges on like then it would have to be coded in a very specific way with the CSS, right? I guess I can check the browser source stuff. Okay, where's the CSS? How do I do this? Okay, body. So what if I set font size and I do I don't know, 4 EM. No, that doesn't do anything. Okay. Try Chatterino, maybe? I have no idea what that is. Wait, make it full. What? Make it full, then press Alt and make it smaller on OBS. I'm not sure what you mean by make it full. Yeah, I was trying to edit the CSS in... that's what I was doing. I was opening the... You can't see it, but I had the chat open in a... I presume it's a Chromium window. Okay, do I need to like snipe the exact chat message font and then do like an exclamation point important to just like hit it surgically? Oh my god. Why is this a problem? Why can like why could YouTube not solve this? Like they have a lot of resources. They could spend time making this nice. They could make it nice. But I guess they're prioritizing other stuff. Okay. Looks like we have message is the name or the ID of messages, I suppose. So is that the one we're targeting? Oh god, how do I... these CSS rules are so complicated. I just want like a single message thing. Okay, I'm closing that one. We're going back to OBS. I'm just gonna type it into the browser source. Have you considered dual streaming on both Twitch and YouTube? I've considered it, but it's hard enough to just stream on YouTube. This is very difficult. So hold on. Twitch has a policy though. When you're streaming to Twitch, I'm not allowed to show chats from other streaming services. If I want to remain partnered with Twitch. If I'm not partnered, then I can do whatever. But okay, so let's see. What do I do for the message selector? Just font size, I guess. Font size. I don't know. Let's just throw something in there. And then press OK. Oh, that works, but now usernames are very small. Okay, is that the selector that includes the username? Properties. It's easier to implement quaternions and Bezier curves? Unironically, yes, because like there's a solution. But for this stuff, Jesus Christ. Wait, so is that a class or an ID? Like, do I do? Oh, okay, it's a class. Okay. I'm gonna call this good enough, because this is gonna be readable at the very least. Ugh, okay. Alright, so I think we want to, at the very least, copy this over to the other scene. It's not necessary to show the chat, but if people want to full screen the video, then it's nice to have the chat on screen in case I interact with chat. Because otherwise it's going to be kind of tricky to follow if you're watching full screen. Okay, okay. Oh my god, my desk is a mess because there's been a cat that's been rummaging around here. Okay, let's see. Oh, I had a different text here. This one is more accurate though, so that's good. Okay. Let's see. We got the camera, and then wait, go back to the other scene maybe, and then we got that one. Let's just copy that and go back here. Paste. Okay. Where? I mean, I'm mostly going to be coding. I feel like the width of this one should match the width of the camera. So what's the width of my camera? Transform? Edit transform? I guess it's the bounding box size? In which case, 845. Okay, sure. So if I go here, properties, width, and then okay, there we go. Oh, that just doesn't match. Is my camera off screen? Is that it? Or what? What am I selecting here? Why is that? What's this? We're locking that. Let's Twitch chat. Okay. I got this one. Okay. So which one is wrong here then? Am I stupid? Okay. Bounding box size 845. And then I crop to bounding box. So it should be 845, but then, oh, maybe reset transform. Oh yeah, maybe I scaled it or something. Good call, that works. Hell yeah. Okay. Yeah. That seems to work. Do you want to be under or on top? What vibes the most? I don't know. I don't know how to use space efficiently for this. That looks good. Okay. Might want to change to live chat instead of top chat. Is there like okay. It's nice if people's messages get through, but I also want to make sure I don't include like spam if there's a bunch of spam. Okay, so how do I interact, I guess? Interact. Live chat. There we go. Okay, cool. Wow. I could also shrink my camera a little bit by... I don't know if we want it to be this big, or maybe it's okay. I don't know. Sometimes I have code on the right side, but I shouldn't do that too much. Okay, well, I guess this is working. That's the wrong one. I want to disable that one. And if we go back to here, got the chat, and then I'm guessing the transform. Is the transform per scene or reset transform, just in case I scaled it. Maybe you can change background transparency, like through CSS, or is that a feature on the browser source? It's already got background color set to 0 in alpha on the body element, so I'm not sure what element is making it dark, but I'm also not feeling super excited to try and figure that out. Okay, I am still making tea. That message is actually accurate. I need to go get my tea because it's probably done now. I will be right back. Okay, all right, okay. Okay, am I finally ready? I think I'm finally ready. This is where we all just pretend the stream started around here instead of whatever the heck happened these past few minutes. Okay, okay, microphone and camera equipment. I hate how they all rotate everywhere. Like none of them, like what? And they sort of expect, like wherever the rotation fixes the joint, they expect you to like want that alignment. It's so hard to align stuff. I don't know why everything is like quarter inch or whatever it's called. Or so it's not quarter inch, or maybe it is. Cause like this joint. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna unplug the microphone for a bit. That might have exploded in your ears. I'm sorry. Okay, looks like my audio is working. Yeah, so this rotation, it locks it when the microphone is pointing directly away from me. So it's like the worst case. I just want a slight angle. Okay. Okay. We're getting ready. We're almost there. How's Gumpy? Gumpy is doing all right. Gumpy's still a little gumpy with Thor and toast primarily. Scroll up a bit of my CSS or transparent chat background. Okay, have you verified that it works? Should be a counter screw nut. Not on here. Maybe there is one elsewhere in the entire apartment. Okay, let's see. So I need to interact because I can't scroll in OBS. Let's see, who posted the... Stefan Donal. This one. Okay. Can you have multiple CSS rules with the same like name or? Okay. So I guess we do properties. Okay. Okay. I added that CSS, but are they class names or are they? Do I put a period in front of them or do I leave them as is? Are they like element names? Because I did periods and it's not working. Oh, okay. So if I do it that way, it's working. Okay. Let's see. The web components. Gotcha. How are you? I am pretty okay. A little upset at YouTube's account management, probably, but okay. Let me grab the correct color. I'm almost done with stream setup. One day. You know what? We should take back this text. Don't like they have your glasses pushed down so low. I feel like I'm being judged. I I mean, I probably am judging people, but not like to their face. Usually it's like silently, so... wait, where did it go? There it is. Okay. Properties. Background. Which one is the... Because there's two backgrounds here. Is it the live chat renderer? That's the outer element? Okay, so I can just do RGBA, right? Is that 0 to 1 or is it 0 to 255? Okay, it looks like 255. Is the alpha channel 0 to 1? Right, okay. I vaguely recall there was some weird quirk like that on with CSS. Okay, so what's a good alpha? 0.3? Something like that? That's way too transparent. That does not look like 0.3. Damn. Wait, is it actually 255? So if I do 128. No, that looks fully opaque. Okay. So 0.6. Wow, styling chats. If you want to make a VHS shader, I'm sure there's resources on that online. Usually, I think, I don't know exactly what you mean by that. If it's like CRT shaders, that's something a lot of people have written about. If it's VHS specifically, I don't know exactly which part of it that you want to emulate. Yeah, I'm a front-end dev now. This is the future of my streams, just like fiddling with CSS. That's a pretty okay transparency. And yes, that was a salad sneeze. He's up behind me. Okay, so someone said that oh yeah, drop shadow would be nice for the text. Okay, what's the CSS for drop shadow? I forget. Is it box shadow or is that for divs? Text shadow, right. God, I've forgotten all of this stuff. I have done quite a lot of web dev, actually. Not professionally, but for... I've done a website, or like a blog platform, and a blog post that I never posted because I never finished it, but... which sort of led into almost creating like a mini game engine in TypeScript, because I wanted to have a lot of animations and for all the stuff that I was talking about in the blog post. Wait, how do I get to the properties? Where did it go? There it is. Okay. Okay, so if I put the text shadow there, does that... that did not work. Did you ever use CSS for your videos? No, I used it for a talk I gave about lerp smoothing. So that whole talk was made in TypeScript. For better or for worse. Oh my god, why is it not letting me right-click the chat? It's like it's catching something else and I get a different menu. Wait, okay, so... where was the... what was the class type for the... text? I tried shoving it into the existing one that I had. Oh, use message? Okay. But then message doesn't... That doesn't catch the usernames. Right. Okay, maybe because I typed it as a class. Maybe that's why it didn't work. So if I do that... Is that working? I don't think that's working. YT, live chat, text, message, renderer. Yeah. Why does this matter so much? Well, it only matters, or it only looks like it matters a lot because I'm live. Usually I would do this stuff before going live, but YouTube decided that I should be live during stream prep. And so this looks very important right now, but I'm just setting up stream. You're just like guests along for the ride. Even though I didn't plan on streaming this part of the stream, but you know. Okay, yeah, the text shadow doesn't seem to be showing up, so I don't know why it's not working. Refresh cache? Is there a cache thing maybe? No? Okay. Are we sure about the syntax for text shadow there? Yeah, because this is what I got right now. Glad to be part of the live react. Extremely exciting, yeah. Wait, so why does that not work? What am I doing wrong? It's a bit subtle. I'm using the built-in CSS. The built-in custom CSS. Do I need to do exclamation point important maybe? Just like force it in there? No? Nope. Maybe make the title bar transparent too? That seems like advanced. Seems like advanced setup. I think it would be better if I just cropped that out rather than trying to make it transparent. Is it because like background none is fighting with text shadow? Or no? Okay. Okay, this is not my full CSS because I could not paste a message that long. Yeah, this is what I have on top of the default OBS stuff. Okay, try 0, 1, 0. Okay. Let's do that. Nope. Are you going to code from scratch or use Unity? I've been using Unity while making Half-Edge, the 3D modeling tool that I'm making. It might just not support it. That might actually be the case. Is it using like an old version of Chromium or something? What if we do box shadow? That one sort of works. Text shadow does work in OBS. Well, not here. I guess I'm in OBS 31.1.2. Maybe I'm slightly outdated. Do you ever get frustrated at these things? Absolutely. Oh yes, I get very frustrated. I can get super annoyed at things like this. I don't know, like, especially as a tool developer, using bad tools has this additional layer to it where like I know exactly how I would make this tool be nice if I had control over the source code. So like, but like because I don't have control over it, I have to like wade through these like annoying issues. Where like if I was not a tool developer, I could just like assume that, oh, it has to be this annoying because it's an advanced tool, so it has to be this way, you know? But like when I'm aware of certain things where I'm like, oh, this tool just has bad design, and I'm just like frustrated at bad design, and anyway, filter. What's filter? Filter as in like, is that a thing I type into the custom CSS window, or is there a separate filter, like a filter for the element, like filters here? Filter is a CSS property? What kind of property is that? I don't think I've heard of filter. Unity UI Toolkit now has CSS filter support to create custom UI shaders. Oh my god, that's nice, finally. Wait, okay, so okay, so I put filter inside of the live chat text message renderer tag thing. So if I do that, does that... Did that work, actually? The text looks weirdly bright and pink right now. So this might actually have worked. Let's set it to green. Oh, it's like on top of it. Wait, why is it? That's on top of it, right? Okay, let's just enhance. Or is the text like slightly transparent? Is that why the green is showing through? That's totally beneath it. What am I feel so gaslit right now. This is totally green. Like the usernames are super green. Okay, if I set it to black. I can't tell what's happening now. Is there drop shadow? That actually kind of looks like there's drop shadow. What are the orders of this? Is it like drop shadow? Is it like one X offset, Y offset, blur, and then color? Is that it? So if I do that, it should be offset a little further. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere, everybody. Do you still have to do that thing where you have to like have a gazillion drop shadows in a row in order to make it, to shift the boundary of a blurred shadow? Or is there like an official CSS way to do that now? Okay, that's too blurry. That was just 2 pixels. But maybe you can't like, because I don't know how this filter thing works. Like I'm guessing you can't like copy and paste the filter line to add more, because that's just going to replace the last filter, I presume, right? Okay. Yeah, it looks like it might, you can? How do you chain them? Like comma separated or multiple lines? Or like just multiple space separated? It's pipeline? I don't know what that means. Space separated. Okay. Cool. That's good. That means that just duplicating that is probably going to make it look pretty good. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Oh my god, we're almost there throughout all of these hacks. Okay, I'm going to offset it slightly less and make it blurrier. I promise there's going to be like an actual stream after this. Hold on, just hold on. Let me cook. This is not cooking, actually. This is gonna turn out awful, but... Okay, that's a pretty strong filter. I feel like it's offset a little too much. Let's put maybe one of them at 0 offset. Okay. Cool. Then I guess getting rid of the top bar, that's just setting the cropping, right? On the transform. Peak YouTube stream experience, yes. Okay. Okay, that's not the transform settings. Okay, edit transform. Crop top. Okay. Okay, okay, getting there. 49 pixels. Hell yeah. Okay. Could this be improved? Yes. Will I do that this stream? No, absolutely not. This was a nightmare. Why is YouTube being so annoying with this? Like if there was like a built-in way to have a YouTube chat, just like YouTube providing a chat widget, wouldn't life be easier? Okay, reset transform. There we go. Wait, okay, reset transform also resets the crop. Gotcha. What was it? 40, 49? It's on the other axis. Wait. Hold on. Oh! Because someone did a super chat. Thanks for the super chat. And Varibeko. And good thing you sent a super chat, because now we just noticed that cropping the top doesn't fully work, because if someone sends a super chat, that's going to still show up and pop open the thing. But maybe that's okay, actually. Maybe that's good that that's visible. I'm actually okay with that. That's probably nice for the stream experience to see that someone did. Cool. FAQ link tells uncaught syntax error? What? Really? Wait, on the description of the video? How do I find my description? I guess I'll go to my stream and there we go. Oh, the FAQ is just not loading at all for me. Okay, I think the error is on Obsidian's end. I think something's wrong with their hosting stuff, because that's not hosted on my server. Oh, wait, that should make the crop not needed and the super chat will still be visible. As in the little, like, the persistent tag at the top, that will still be visible. Okay. Shush, crazy chicken. You set up your own stream if you're gonna be so stressed about this. Okay. Let's see. Properties. Wait, yeah. Okay, this is where I should go. And then that is a separate thing. Display none. Okay. So now I should be able to reset the transform. It's still showing the top thing. YT live chat header renderer display none. I don't know. I think that looks like it's still there. I don't know why it's not working. Or is that a class rather than a tag? Nope, that made no difference. It's a tag. Yeah, it's not doing it, it seems. Okay, I will be right back. I hear a cat clawing at stuff. Came for half edges and all you're getting is CSS. I'm so sorry. It's a really rough deal. But soon. Soon. Pretty sure I tried adding important as well and it didn't work. Or wait, maybe I didn't actually. Let's try that again. Okay. Recently found your Blue Sky accounts for your sons and I adore them with my whole heart. They are very good. I appreciate my kids. Okay, well, I'm gonna call this one good enough. Let me just do the crop again. Transform, edit, crop, top, 49. Or wait, did that crop away too much? Or no, okay, it's just because chat was scrolled all the way there. Okay. There we go. And I guess we can lock that now. Why are you rubbing your head? What do you mean? Stream starting soon. Yes. Theoretically. Okay, so, right, the transform is per scene. Transform, edit, transform, crop, 49. There we go. Snap that, snap that. Okay. Are we finally ready? Did we actually do it? Oh, okay. Okay, do I even still have tea? Is it still warm? Okay, hold on. Let me just put that there. And scoot. Wait. There is a 1 pixel border at the bottom. I'm so sorry, but this is bothering me. Hold on. Hold on. Transform, edit, transform, crop, bottom 1 pixel. There we go. Okay, and then this scene, transform, edit, transform. Oh, you can actually see what I'm doing right now, so that's good. Crop, bottom, there we go. There we go. And then that one. My God, I think we did it. Okay. And I believe we are now ready. I think. Cool. Chat message at the bottom seems to be up to date. That's good. It's not cropping too much. Okay. I forgot what I was doing. What was I supposed to do? I was gonna work on half edge. I'm gonna drink some tea and try to relax after being annoyed with OBS and YouTube. So how are all of you doing? How are how are y'all? Why don't you use a chroma key filter in OBS and set the background in the chat pop up to green? Because then drop shadows is going to be complicated, right? And then if someone has the color that I use as the chroma key, then that's also going to be affected by it, right? Tea, what am I drinking? I think it's honey and apricot black tea. Just some basic black tea. I don't really drink any fancy teas. Reliving CSS nightmares, yeah. Okay. 70-minute live stream setup, exactly. Yeah, I'm thinking, you know, it's probably really good for viewership to set up a stream for 70 minutes. That's the best way to rev up your revenue, TM. Okay. How do I organize my OBS stuff? I guess I do have chat on OBS, so I don't need the actual chat visible, so I can scoot that out of the way, put OBS over there, and okay. 250 people still watching. Why? Why are y'all here? Isn't this like the least interesting content ever? There's like, what would you call this? I was gonna say streamer slop, but it's like not even interesting. I did get a super chat. That's true. That's true. Okay. All right. I have been working on half edge. So the thing I was working on most recently, let me just get the Unity aligned with the stream situation here. There we go. A dusty monitor. Aren't we going to code Bevels? Yes, that's the intended goal. That's true. But unfortunately, I got sidetracked by splines because it happens sometimes. Okay. Yeah, so this thing right here is an experiment that I did because I wanted to... Honestly, I just wanted to do math, and I got this idea that I wanted to try dual quaternion splines. Because dual quaternions... okay, I guess we're gonna put that somewhere here. Let's just where am I in my whole document? This document is too big right now. There's way too much stuff here. Like, I think if I open another Photoshop document, there's like certain features that are like disabled because this document is too big. Because it doesn't have like enough room to like do like GPU specific features or something. What? Let's see. Yeah, so this whole document has been it's the document I use whenever I do anything in Half-Edge. So it's been pretty much every feature that I've added so far and I've tried to figure out. It's all been in this document. And it is kind of nice to have it all in one place. But I think the document itself is kind of suffering from it. Excuse me. Is the biblically accurate topology still there? I believe so. Did I move it? No, it's still here. Here's the topology chart. Oh wait, you can't see the left side of the screen. I forgot about that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot how to stream. Yeah, so this is just like... Whenever you traverse a mesh, it's useful to know what kind of edge you're on. And so all of this is like determining what type of edge it is. And so a boundary is obviously when you have an edge and there's only one face connected to it. And then what I'm calling a manifold edge is when you have two faces connected to one edge. Then it's kind of like a weird special case that I call unifold. I just made up that word. It's not a real word, or if it is, then that's by mistake. But yeah, that's basically when you have like, this face is connected to the same edge more than once, and you have like an internal vertex on the face, which is like kind of invalid topology depending on where you draw those boundaries. But I just call that unifold. Then there's non-contiguous edges where the face normals, you have two faces connected to it, but the face normals are pointing in opposite directions, so, which is also kind of a degenerate case that you usually want to avoid. So like most meshes generally like should fall into these two categories. And anything else is like not always desirable. And then the whole one is it's a weird edge case where like you could have had like an edge connecting here. Oh, I have the wrong brush. Zoop. Is that the one? There we go. Yeah, so like if usually you would have edges connected to each of these, right? In order to make this valid topology. But if you kind of like delete these edges one by one, then like once you're here, there's a very like weird thing that happens the moment you delete this one remaining edge. Because now, as soon as you delete that one, there's no longer a way to access all of the data in this geometry from the edges and vertices alone. So like removing that edge means that you no longer have a way to like wander from vertex to vertex to like find a way into the inner edges here. And so most 3D like modeling tools don't let you make this topology. I think they deal with it in different ways. I think Maya actually does let you do this, but I don't think Blender does. And I don't know whether 3ds Max does. I forget. But yeah, so this is a weird edge case that requires like an additional data structure that can handle this type of situation, which has a lot of implications for your entire code base. So usually this is not something that you want to do, because any operation you do on a mesh, they're always going to have to check for holes to see if there's a hole there, and that's going to like change your data structure, and it's going to be more data and whatever. And it's usually not that important to support it anyway. So right now I don't support holes in the geometry, but maybe in the future. I'm not sure yet. We shall see. Or just not let you delete that last edge. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Just not let you delete it. I did have an idea for like how to solve this, where like where faces could have an index for like either the hole they belong to, or like the face the hole belongs to. Because like when you think of it, like a hole in a face is kind of like a face, but it's inverted. So it's kind of like the opposite. So they're kind of like faces in and of themselves, right? So you can sort of think of holes as like you would have a face, and then this face has some holes in it that are also like faces. So like you would have hole A, which is also of the same data type. But yeah, but then you also need stuff like traversal for this, because you can have multiple holes. Like a face can have multiple holes, and so because the data structure is set up in a way where nothing has lists, like a face cannot have a list, because I want the data structure of a face should be a fixed number of bytes in memory, which is really useful for a bunch of operations. And so usually what I do is that holes would instead have kind of like a linked list type of structure, so that I'm running out of space. I'm running out of space. I'm just gonna delete this stuff here. So it would instead be something like, you know, you have an outer face, and then we have some holes here. Actually, let's just do this. That's a circle hole. It's really high poly. So then you would do something like, you know, all of these are faces in terms of data structures. So this outer face would have some kind of pointer to a hole, which is just an index. So that would just be like an integer. And then the holes themselves would have references to the other holes in the data structure. So this would be like a cyclical reference. And so that way, I don't need a list of holes in the data structure for the outer face here. And so that way I just have like a consistent memory size for every single type of element. And so this is the way that I store everything in half-edge, which is useful. Because when things are of a fixed size in memory, you can make a lot of assumptions when it comes to like parallel processing, because then the whole array is not going to like randomly shift size in memory or whatever. You can make assumptions around what you can and can't do. And so that's pretty much how all of this data is set up as well, where like a face is made out of half edges that reference each other. And so if you want to know like how many edges are in a given face, it's not like you have a list of half edges in a face. You have a reference to one of the half edges, and then each of the half edges have a reference to the next half edge. And so what you do is basically, like, from this face, I have a reference to this half edge, and then I just count how many half edges do I run into before I come back to the initial half edge. And in this case, it would be 3 because there's 3 half edges in this like reference loop. Yeah, and so that way yeah, exactly like a linked list. So, which is nice because then I can have a, flat list of all the half edges in the mesh, and I can have a flat list of all the faces in the mesh. And any half edge is always going to be the same size in memory, which is really, really nice. And so it would basically be like a face references one of the half edges, and then each half edge only has a single reference for the next half edge of that given face. So it would be something like this, where you cycle back to the first one, which is kind of neat. And that's how all of these data structures are set up. So stuff like, a vertex. I want to be able to traverse all of the edges connected to the vertex. That's set up exactly the same way, where there's this like cyclical reference around that vertex. Anyway, what was I doing? Bevels. Where were we doing bevels? Oh God, am I even up for doing this on stream? This has been a whole thing. This is why I got into dual quaternions, because I was doing spline surfaces in order to solve the gap filling when doing bevels. So basically, bevel operations sometimes create a patch, kind of like this, right? Where there's a corner here, and the bevel operation is basically like you select these 2 edges, then you bevel those. So it's kind of like you're creating a gap in each of these. Wait, what's my blending mode? Or maybe I'm just underneath. So you create a gap, and then after you create the gap, you then need to like cover this up with polygons, and this part is the easy part. And then you need to fill this hole. And there are many ways of doing this, and there's many different like trade-offs for the right way of doing this, and there's a bunch of different ambiguities there as well. So like for example, where's the original case? Well, you can sort of imagine this case, right? Where like you have, the original here would be something like this. So blue means selected here. So like if you select this edge and you bevel, what should happen, right? And there's kind of like not one single answer here. Hold on, I need to look at Thor. Thor! Hello! Hey, what's up? Yeah? What's up? Oh, he's upset. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Hey, buddy. Hey, yeah. What are we upset at? Okay. Sorry, I missed chat a little bit. Do I have a longer chat that I can scroll? Yes, I do. Does each object have an ID or are you using memory location? Yeah, memory location is their ID. And so that's how all the stuff references each other as well. Do you use a trick where neighbor half edges are always next to each other in the arrays? You can toggle between them with index. No, but like, I would still need to know, like if I were to do that, I would need to know when it ends, right? And then I would need the data for that, which could potentially be less data than an integer. Like I could use a byte for how far back it needs to jump to get to the first half edge or something, but then that would still be a byte per half edge. I don't know. Can say one index in the edge structure with that trick? Would I though? I'm not sure if I would, right? Because if I want each half edge to have the same byte size in memory, then each half edge has to be ready to have that data, right? If end point to first, else point +1. But then how do I know if it's the end? That data would need to be encoded as well. I don't think I need to change it. I think the way that it works right now is fine. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Oh yeah, someone asked if I was using a tablet. Yes, I'm using a tablet. This is my tablet pen. So I'm using that for all of my scribbles. Oh yeah, I was talking about how like beveling is a pretty complicated operation, and there's a lot of ambiguities for like what to do in this type of situation. And the like, there's no right answer here. You have to kind of like decide like what you think is an acceptable default behavior and which ones you would want to have as options for the user. There's a bunch of like similar cases for like for example, for like inset, like doing an inset operation where, you know, you have some shape and then you want to do an inset where you want to take all of the edges and shift them inwards. So you want to get something like this, right? This is fine when you're doing very simple cases. But as soon as you have like more complicated like relationships where like you have like non-90-degree angles around something, and then you have some stuff that like goes out in other ways. And so then okay, so then let's say you want to make an inset where all of these things should behave like edges are offset in a certain way. But then if you're insetting like along here, then you kind of need to like add some geometry here. Or if you want to do like offsetting, like when you extrude, that's simple enough if it's only like these two faces, because then, you know, you have an offset direction here, you get the like intersection point for these two. Once you have that intersection point, you get the vector that goes out here, kind of like the miter vector here. That's fine for two faces. It's fine for three faces, but as soon as you have a vertex with more than three faces, the direction that should extrude it's an overdetermined problem. And so there's not really a correct answer here. And how you resolve that is just a bit of a mess. Yeah. Do I keep that drawing? I don't know. Nah, I don't need to keep that. Okay. You still have the next and potentially previous links for each edge, but you don't need the opposite link if it can be calculated implicitly from the position in the array. Well, I don't have a previous reference. I do have an opposite one, yes. But no, I don't actually have an opposite for half edges, no. But I have the equivalent. So yes, sort of. But anyway. All right. So the thing I was working on last was... So I'm pretty sure I have... how to get the opposite face of an edge. It is what you would expect, but kind of not entirely. Oh god, I moved a layer. That's why I don't like having everything in a huge document, because it's so easy to accidentally move stuff. Okay, so... okay, so let's say there is an edge, and then we have a half edge going here, next half edge, previous half edge, and so forth. And then we have a face right here, and then we have half edges going the opposite direction, and so forth. So this is kind of the traditional half edge data structure stuff. So usually when you have a data structure like this, these two half edges would have references to each other to be aware of their like connectivity. So usually this would be called like the twin half edge of this half edge, right? So these are each other's twins. But because I want to support like non-manifold geometry, I have a bit of a different data structure where, you know, if you have another face here, that means you would have yet another half edge underneath, right? The way that I set it up now is that the half edges are instead cyclically referencing each other. So you can sort of imagine that, look at a cross section where you have the edge here and you have the three half edges. So instead of having a reference to the twin half edge, they have a reference to the next half edge around the vertex. So that way I can support having multiple faces, more than two faces connected to one edge, because the half edges have the cyclical references for all the half edges here. And then, yeah. But then also the half edges also have a reference to the edge that they belong to. And that part is also not something that most half edge data structures don't have the concept of an edge, but I do have that in the way that I set up my stuff. Will a border just have 0 other references, or will it loop back to reference itself? I've been a little bit inconsistent with this. I think I usually check for either, but usually they reference themselves in case it's a boundary. That's what I do for most of these things, but I think in certain cases I have like a -1 ID or something, which I shouldn't, but I vaguely recall that there was one place where I wanted to have a distinction between -1 and a reference to itself, but I forget exactly where. Pointer hell in a nutshell? Well, they're IDs, they're not even pointers, so that makes it easier to serialize. Although it makes it more annoying whenever you need to like delete an object or yeah, like insert something into the whole list of stuff. But But I've written that code and I don't need to touch it anymore because all the ID cleanup is done, hopefully. And I won't ever have issues with that again. Thor has zoomies. Thor? Yeah? Hey, fast man. Hey. What's up? Thor, you're 17 years old. Why are you sprinting like you're 3 years old? Okay. Let me just see what state the project is in because it was a while ago I checked in on it. Why is this zoomed in? Excuse me? There we go. Thor? No. No. Okay. Okay. We have half edge. It is working. Okay. 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 Will it explode if I press bevel? That's the big question. That looks like a bevel. That looks like it actually works. Good. I actually had that case covered. I kind of forgot whether I filled the polygons or not. But that's nice. Okay, are these still attached? Yes, it looks like they are. Neat. Okay, next case. We're beveling all of these. That works correctly as well, I think, assuming these are actually joined. Yes. Cool. Let's undo. Oh yeah, undo doesn't work properly because it doesn't update the underlying render mesh. I need to fix that. Is it possible to add bevels non-destructively? Nope. There is no non-destructive workflow in half-edge right now. I haven't decided yet how much of that I want to have, at least not for 1.0. Because I need to be like super careful with scope on this project because, you know, I'm one person. And yeah, I want to make sure I don't add too many features that are not too important. Okay, this is where I left off. Filling these holes. And this is why I got sidetracked into splines, because I was making a cubic Bezier surface, specifically cubic Bezier triangles for this. And then I got curious about dual quaternion splines. And then there was some freelance work I had to do, and so then I kind of got heavily sidetracked. But yeah, so filling this hole was where I left off last time. So that is this puzzle right here. Because generally, when you're doing 3D modeling, you usually want to stick to quads as much as possible. As I was trying to work out, like, what's the tessellation scheme that I want to use, and how do I do triangles specifically, because triangles are a bit of a special case. Yeah, I think that was the challenge. Oh, my mom is calling me. I will be right back. Hold on. What? I don't have a mute button. I like a partial mute button. I like an analog mute, but because audio technology has to like divide by 0 to mute something, most mute buttons just reduce the audio quite a lot instead of actually muting, which is really annoying. And so I have like a mute button that sort of works, but not really, so Okay. And yes, I am aware it doesn't fully mute, and you can hear me. Okay. Why divide by 0 and not multiply? Because it's like a logarithmic thing, and like, yeah. I know OBS allows for shortcuts. I just prefer hardware mutes because then I know that it works regardless of which application I'm using. But now it doesn't work regardless of which one I'm using. there's like this problem in audio where like silence is difficult if you still want to have a connection. And so I think it's like, isn't it like you have resistance in your circuitry for the audio, and resistance makes it so that it reduces the signal, but you can't reduce it all the way down to 0, or if you disconnect it, then you get a popping sound instead. That's sort of what I gathered. I'm not an audio engineer, so I don't know how this works, but it just seems like analog mute buttons either disconnect or they don't fully mute. And I'm not sure why there's this not quite fully muted issue, but anyway. Okay. But yeah, I should have a digital mute button as well, just in case. Oh yeah, so this was the Bezier patch that I was looking at last time. Let me just make sure I'm on the right layer. Where am I? I have no clue what layer I'm on right now. I'm just comfortable muting myself via software. Yeah, it's just that it's usually then software specific instead of being global. And I want to have something that's global, but I don't know. I guess I couldn't have it anyway. Or I should just get a mute button that does disconnect the line entirely. But then you get like popping noises, which sucks too. Okay. So I was doing the triangle stuff. Windows has such an option, I think. Probably. Yeah, the thing with software, though, I just don't trust software anymore. If there's like... Okay, if I have a hardware button, I can press it, and then I can see the state that it's in, right? But if I have a software mute button, if I press a button, there's no way for me to like haptically know that it's muted. Because like, you know, what if there's a lag spike? It didn't actually catch it. Maybe there's no way for me to see that it's muted. So I need to like be able to, do I need to like open the Windows mute panel or whatever? And whatever I use to display the state of the mute, is it always going to be up to date, or is there a delay? Is it like actually, is there a dirty flag that just doesn't work sometimes? It's like, it's just, I hate dealing with all of that shit. So I just want a button that I can press, and then I immediately see that it's muted everything coming from my microphone to my computer or audio card or whatever. That's why I like to have the physical button. But now my physical button isn't even doing the thing that I want it to do. But if it did, it would be better, you know. Okay. Wait, someone said they might math snipe me. There's one form of bevel camphor that I've only seen in one place. I posted it in the Discord. Disconnect mic. I mean, there are some mute buttons that do exactly that, but usually that comes with a pop. That's not nice for your ears. Oh, that type of thing. I mean, that's relatively easy to do in the case of 3 edges. And 2 edges as well. But beyond that, it gets complicated. Let's see. Okay. So, where was I at this? I think I'm at the stage of I have generated the points along the edge, and then I need to fill in the points in between. That's what I was doing. And it was specifically for the triangle case because the triangle case is a little bit tricky in the way that patches for spline-based surfaces are usually quads. But they're usually not triangles, because there's... we're getting back into splines now. But if you sort of imagine a spline-based surface, you can sort of visualize a Bezier curve that defines some curved boundary of some sorts, right? And then you can sort of extend this concept to a surface where you would have another handle here, and that connects to another vertex. I didn't really plan this shape. And then you have another handle here, and then you run out of space and you need to move your drawing somewhere. Just imagine straight lines here. Okay, I'm gonna make it a weird surface because why not? It would be like that. Okay, now we got a weird surface. Okay, so doing this with quads, having like a spline patch with 4 edges, there's kind of a generally accepted way of doing that, which is kind of just a bilinear approach of doing this, where you basically have 2 axes on this object, right? You have the U axis, and then you have the V axis here, sort of analogous to X and Y. And the strategy for these types of things, because the goal with the splines is basically, I want a point here. Like how do I get this point of the surface? And the way that you usually like map those coordinates is that you have a U coordinate and a V coordinate. So in this case, it would be whatever V coordinate and whatever U coordinate intersects with whatever point you want to get, right? Or maybe that's your input data to get a point on that surface. And so that's how you would get a point there. But then the question is, how do you do that? Like how, given the control points you have and the Bezier curves you have, which, for the boundary, all 3 of these, or all 4 of these, are just regular Bezier curves, right? But then the question is, how do you get points in between these? And I'm pretty sure that the usual way to do this is just doing a bilinear approach. In other words, you start with the U-axis, and then you interpolate this spline right here towards this spline right here. So you kind of get a blend between this one and this one, based off of the U-coordinate. So if this U-coordinate is like 0.3 or whatever, then you get the third of a way blend between this Bezier curve and this Bezier curve. And then you're going to get a new Bezier curve here that's like sort of a mix between the 2 different ones. So this one has a pretty flat tangent here, but this one is pointing upwards. So you would get something that's pointing slightly upwards here. So that would be the blend between those 2, right? And then you have the V coordinates. So then you get the V coordinate along that spline, the one that you interpolated. So then this would be a regular standard spline interpolation. So then, given this v coordinate along this new spline that we have here, we can then finally get the point there. So this is like a bilinear approach, which works fine if you have a bilinear system, but bilinear kind of implies that you have this square patch. So then the question is, what happens if it's not square? And this is like a big area of research. There's a ton of different strategies for this with a ton of different trade-offs. There's like so many papers around various ways of solving this, and there's, again, one of these cases where like there's not one answer to the solution here. But there's an analogous like Bezier curve variant that is working on a triangle. That's it's pretty much using barycentric coordinates, but it's still complicated in the sense that you want to have continuity with the boundary surfaces that you have. Okay, that's a bad explanation. So here's the problem, right? So you have a you've done a bevel on a mesh, and you have a triangular space filling hole here. So you can sort of imagine this being the corner of a mesh. So given this, you can sort of construct a Bezier curve for the curve you want here, right? So that one you can construct. So then you have a Bezier curve there, do the same thing there, same thing here. So these three are now just regular Bezier curves, right? And then given that, you can just sample them the regular way and, tessellate, and then you have your geometry. Okay. But then the question is, how do you get the intermediate points inside of this? And the way that you did this using the bilinear approach, you basically said, okay, along the u direction, I interpolate the two splines on the edges to get an intermediate spline, and then I sample that one based off of the v coordinates. Cool. That works great. How do you do that on a triangle? Because now the question is, what coordinate system are we using here if we have a triangular shape? Because we don't really have two axes anymore, because sure, we have this direction and we have this direction, or I flip those. We can say that, okay, so maybe this is the u direction, but then the v direction, should that be like sort of along here, or should we make it orthogonal and then we have like invalid regions, or like, and then how do you then get the intermediate spline, the red one here? Like, how do you get this one in the triangle situation? And the tricky part is that, like, the way you get this one, there's like multiple ways you can sort of do something similar. Of like, you can say that, okay, so u is going to tell you a coordinate that sort of traverses like this. It's kind of like projecting out from one point, and that's your u coordinate, right? So maybe you have a u coordinate here, and then the v coordinate's going to be, that's going to be a, let's say it's the distance from this edge, like just like an altitude type of way, right? So maybe that's our v coordinate, and then you have an intersection, and then say that's your point. So if you do that, the tricky part is not to get a result. Like, getting a result like this is easy. You can do that. That's totally fine. The problem, though, is that you want this to be symmetric. Like, this result should be exactly the same if, u and v originated from this vertex. or if it originated from this vertex. There has to be symmetry here, where like wherever you start, it should have the same behavior. It should be invariant of which vertex you used as the root for your u and v coordinates. And most naive solutions to this, where you just kind of hope for the best, they're just not symmetric. And you need it to be symmetric, right? Because if you bevel something, you don't want them to be like slightly off of each other because, you know, one of them chose to put the origin at some other location. Like, you don't want to have that happen. And so, yeah, this is a tricky problem. But yes, there is a variant of a Bezier curve that is the triangular Bezier patch. And that one is based off of barycentric coordinates, and it works really well. So that's the one that I've implemented most recently. I did have a visualization of that. Oh yeah, so if you look at the like papers on this, there's many different categories of how you deal with this particular situation, or more broadly, how you deal with it for n-gons, like any number of sides. There you can get into the whole thing about like generalized barycentric coordinates, another situation where there's no one answer for what you should be doing. And various different solutions have different categories of, you know, some of them have a property where like the way you do the intersection is based off of angles instead of like distances. Some of them are barycentric, so they're like based off of areas of regions instead of something else. Some of them are like locally symmetric, where like you can get a symmetric result in like a local region. So if you want to interpolate a point here, then within this surface here, it's going to be like consistent. But then if you're like in some weird zone in the middle, it might not be. And then sometimes you have stuff that's like fully weight-based. But then the tricky part there is that it still has to match the continuity of the shapes around the patch itself. Because if this, you know, if this thing is just completely flat, then we haven't achieved the goal that we want to achieve, right? Because we want the patch to be bent. It should be curved so that it follows the shape of all of our edges, right? So whatever that would be. I'm doing a horrible tessellation right now, but yeah. And so that is the tricky problem that I was trying to work out. Yeah, so I was only doing it for triangles, and the one that I ended up using was the cubic Bezier triangle, which is very similar to just standard cubic Bezier curves. Basically, you have the kind of standard boundary points that you would expect, that you would have for the boundary, and the boundaries are standard cubic Bezier curves. But then because of the way that it's set up, you need one additional control point, and that's going to be somewhere here. Because it's like surface based, it just has an additional element that you need to have in order to make this like barycentric variant of the Bezier patch work. And then you have this whole thing for like getting a point on the surface is a like weighted combination of all of these. And yeah, it was a little bit tricky, but I think I worked out how to make this work the way that I wanted to. Because one of the trickier things when I was trying to implement this was, you know, doing the boundaries fine, but then it was like, where do I put this center vertex or the center control point? Because it has to go somewhere. And it's sort of yeah, I did end up finding the location for it, which was sort of obvious in hindsight, but I think I have a visualization of this that's much prettier. That's not just my scribbles. One of all of these things. That's the tessellation one. That's the sphere. That's an old one. Oh, here it is. Okay. There we go. Okay, so here's the... here it is. This is the Bezier patch. I didn't set it up so that it's easy to tweak because I pass in the tangent directions in a really dumb way. But the thing that I eventually figured out was that the this orange vertex here, the orange intersection point, this is the control point. That's the center control point. This white stuff is just the intersection of the faces from that's kind of like imagined outside of this. But yeah, so basically what I figured out is that the plane of the kind of like the plane of the vector between the two control points and the tangent of the like direction of the edge of the bevel, if you do the cross product between those two, you get the kind of like the normal of this line right here. Given that plane on all three of these edges, this is the intersection point, and that gets me the closest to the shape that you expect and want, which is sort of a sphere cap, right? But yeah, so that actually worked out. Because initially I thought it would be like this intersection point right here, which it probably is, but like multiplied by some factor. But yeah. And that worked out really well, and I'm glad it did. Because this was difficult. But now, like, the downside with this one, though, is that this is just a solution for triangles. This is not a solution for n-gons. So I'm not entirely sure what solution I'm going to use down the line for n-gons. For quads, I think I can just use the regular bilinear Bezier patch, and I think it's going to work fine. But yeah, I think like technically, if you were to use something like this for like, I think this Bezier patch has a problem in that it, well, one, it can't do actual circles or spheres, but close enough. And two, it doesn't actually match all of the derivatives along the boundary. I think you need a rational cubic Bezier patch for that. But I don't know enough about rational splines to confidently know how to compute the correct weights for what I want to have. And so yeah, I just haven't used them as much as I wish I had. Okay, stop me if I'm wrong, but in the 90-degree corner case, that control point is exactly where the new point in that miter bevel I mentioned before is. I don't know which one. Did you implement PN triangles or another variant? I haven't done PN triangles. This is a cubic Bezier patch. Yeah, the orange one here. The orange one is the control point. The white one is just my own, like, reference lines. Where did I draw them? There's so much code here. Where did I put it? Lines. That's the normals. That's the curve. I appreciate this checkbox. It says use Greg, and I can tick the box. There was this like another solution that was called like Gregory patches, I think. Yeah, I have had like a Greg type of thing. Greg didn't cooperate with me, so I ended up not using the Gregory patches. I've already forgotten what they were, but Oh yeah, the Gregory patches. Were those rational? I think they might have been like a variant of rational Bezier n-gons, I think. But it was so hard reading the papers on that because people were using, like, I don't know, I couldn't parse the terminology or like not the terminology, the notation for like, there were so many like internal control points, and the way that they labeled them and referenced them was really confusing because I wasn't sure, like, I don't know, they kept having this like, oh, we have the actual space that you're doing the interpolation in, and then you have the parameter space, and then some other space for like the thing you want to do here with the Gregory patches. And then the whole paper is not about, you know, filling a cubic boundary. It was instead about how to do subdivision meshes, which you can use strategies like this in order to generate. But like, all of the Gregory patches, they were phrased in the context of sub-D tessellation, which is not what I'm doing. And so like all the stuff that they wrote there was kind of hard to read because I had to like retrofit it to my use case. And anyway, okay, but this I believe this just works. I'm guessing I used my old interpolation scheme to get these points, though. Okay, I need to drink some tea. Oh yeah, now I remember why I had a sphere here. I had this sphere because I wanted to see how closely it approximates spheres. That's why I put the sphere there. If I want to make it perfectly match the sphere, I would have to use rational Bezier curves. Which, by the way, that's the R in NURBS, because that's non-uniform rational B-splines. And so the R is the rational part. Yeah, here you go. Okay, I need to drink some tea. I'm just gonna take a short tea break. Because this was really good tea. Are you using a game engine with a 3D render to create a 3D modeler that creates 3D models that can be used and rendered by the game engine? Yes, and other game engines. Like you can make models in Half-Edge to use in whatever engine you want. Because it's a standalone application. It is not a Unity plugin. Oh, do I have some stuff enabled in my scene? Oh, it's not interfering. That's okay. Cool. But yeah, as you can see, it's kind of like, it's pretending to be an app. So at the top here, it looks like you have this title bar. So it's just, it's a scam, basically. Scamming you that it's an app, even though it's a video game. So if you ever use this at work, eventually you're actually playing a video game when you're making 3D models. Will it have game dev related features? Yes, that is kind of a very central part of Half-Edge, is that my thesis is that none of the existing 3D modeling tools are made for game developers. And this one will be. So that's hopefully going to be a distinguishing factor. Or rather, it will be. Okay. So I think I should try to implement the hole filling, which is relatively non-trivial. I think it's probably best if I first make sure that I can use my interpolation scheme for this, because let's see, what did I use here? Are so much like temporary code that I don't use anymore. This looks relevant. Cubic Bezier triangle. Yes, this is the thing I'm using here. Okay, and then I believe this is using... Yes, barycentric coordinates. Okay. But I don't want to do it this way anymore. I want to use a flip 3. Do you think Unity is good for making this kind of graphic editing standalone software? Like, honestly? Is that like a, you want to hear my honest opinion? Or is that a, like, honestly? Like, I don't know which one it is. But it is, it's good in certain ways, and it's not good in other ways. Like, so I would say it's good in the sense that you have access to rendering features in ways that you generally don't have in, you know, if you're making something in, I don't even know what you make apps in. Windows Forms. I don't know. Well, I don't know how to make apps, but whatever you make apps in that are not video games, like, would you have access to 3D rendering stuff? And do you have access to compute shaders? Do you have access to, like, low-level parallel processing? Like, I'm not sure if there's a lot of that stuff in many of those frameworks. And so that stuff, you kind of get a lot of stuff for free when it comes to rendering, if you're making it in Unity, right? The downside, though, is that Unity is made for single window or full screen applications. So there's stuff that I can't really do in Unity. Things like, okay, so in Unity, like the editor itself, I can take this panel and I can detach it, and this is now a separate window. I can move this to another monitor, right? You can't do this in a Unity game. You can't spawn another window with stuff in it that's just somewhere else, right? There is a hard-coded case for this, but that's an exception. There's a hard-coded case in Unity where Unity does spawn 2 windows, but that's specifically for VR. And you don't have control over it. It's just like an additional window for the VR display. That said, and I've dug into this, is that there is a workaround for this if you make a native rendering plugin in C++. And this was like one of my only experiences with C++ as an adult. I played with it as a kid, but that doesn't count. But like using C++, it was probably one of the worst programming experiences I've ever had. I think it was probably because I wanted C++ so desperately to be C#, and it's not, which I think everyone who uses any of those are aware of already. Dear God, I do not like C++. I guess it's like extra bad in this case because I'm making a plugin, so anytime I want to test it, I have to like make a build, and then I have to restart Unity so that it reloads the native plugins, and like the testing workflow was kind of annoying. And then like, I don't know, when you make a mistake in C++, it's like your entire computer just like poops itself, and the whole thing crashes, and it's just like, oh, okay. And then the error you get is like, fuck you, good luck. And you're like, oh, okay. And it's just something is wrong somewhere. And that's the information you get. And it's like, oh, well, okay. You have to try to figure out what went wrong. And then you spend like 5 days and you find out that C++ has a really weird system when it comes to constructors, where somehow there's a gazillion different types of constructors in C++, where like, I don't even remember what they're called, but it seems like it's a bucket of foot guns, and like, yeah. And depending on like how you initialize a class, some of these constructors are auto-generated and some of them are not. And since you need to be aware of like object lifetimes and memory management, any of these happening by accident is probably a bad time. And yeah, people are talking about rule of 5, or rule of zero or whatever, or C with classes. These are terms I remember people telling me whenever I talked about this. And so I'm guessing it's like, okay, those of us who use C++, we do not like this bucket of foot guns, so we're going to try to develop some restrictions and how to work with C++ so that these things don't happen. And yeah, I don't know. Oh my god, it was so annoying, and it took so long just to get like the simple, what in my opinion is the simplest thing ever to work. It was horrible. Yeah. Anyway, I was going to answer the question of whether it's good to make a 3D modeling app in a game engine or in a program type of thing. I'm not sure. The only reason I'm making this in Unity is because I am comfortable in Unity, and I've used Unity for like, I don't even know how long, 14 years. And so like, I'm comfortable here. I know how to get from point A to point B. If the downside is that I'm not going to be able to access like, I don't know, OS native, drop-down menus, and I'm not going to be able to make like OS native separate panels, like I think that's an okay trade-off, because if the alternative is that I'm going to make it in C++, then this project would just not happen. I would never, ever want to suffer through C++ for a project of this scale. Never. No. I would just not make it. And like the thing is, I feel like most of what people talk about when it comes to the advantage of C++ is performance, right? Like, oh yeah, we all kind of don't like C++, but it's low level. It's close to the metal or whatever people usually say, which is true, and that gives you so much more control over performance, which makes sense. That's great. So they would say that like, oh, you can't make something like this in C++ because C++ as a managed language with a garbage collector, it's just not going to be performant enough for something as complicated as a 3D modeling program, because 3D models involve a lot of data. So, for example, if you have a mesh that's super tessellated, you have like a gazillion vertices, and I might be printing every frame, I just realized, on a thing. And so hold on, let it cook, hold on. And I clicked, so it should be finalizing this torus. This is not lagging because of C#, I promise. It's because I'm printing all of this. Jesus Christ, it printed every single half edge it created. Okay. But yeah, you would say something like, okay, so C# wouldn't be able to do something like this, where you have like a gazillion vertices, or you want to do like a complex selection system where this has to be real time to select all of these things, right? And so this would be too slow for C#. And I think in some cases that's true, but the thing that is super, super nice with C# is, well, one, C# is a lot faster and generates a lot less garbage than many people seem to think if you just write the code as if you were using C. I'm sort of assuming now, but if you have like a more data-oriented approach, you're very careful about when you use classes and structs, and when you use reference types and value types, you can do stuff that's very low level in C# as well. And on top of that, Unity has a job system for doing parallelized code. And if you're doing like a single-threaded application in C++ and compare that to a multi-threaded application in C#, you're probably going to have your C# application be faster because you're actually making use of your entire processor instead of just one, thread. And on top of that, Unity has compute shaders. And your GPU is stupid fast, and that is also very, very low-level code. And so anytime I need to do anything in half-edge that involves mass amounts of data, such as a mesh, I just do it on the GPU, or I do multi-threaded C# with the job system, which compiles natively, I'm pretty sure, to native C++ code anyway. And so if I get the benefits of the performance in cases where I need it, and then I can use the convenience of C# where I don't need the performance to be super, super fast. If I don't have to use C++, that sounds like a really good deal, because then I can enjoy programming. I can enjoy working on this instead of living in the hell that is C++. Yeah, and so I feel like I don't know, any project I make, I don't really see a good reason to not use C#. I feel like in almost every circumstance, if I can use C#, I will. Unless it's web dev, because it's not natively implemented in browsers, which it really should be. C# should have been the JavaScript, but anyway. But yeah, so that's, sorry, that's my rant about. That's my rant about. I don't even know what I was ranting about. C++ and C#. I don't know. C# is just a really, really, really good language, and I feel like such a C# shill, and I honestly have so much experience with C# that I feel like I'm not the best person to talk about low level versus like C#. But I feel like I hear so many people say stuff about C# that I feel like it's just not true. In terms of performance, you can make like really, really performance stuff in C#. Like there's a reason like Unity took off as a game engine, because it's really useful. It is really nice to be able to code games in C#. It's a really good language for that. But yeah, but of course, I mean, Unity is C++. The engine itself has C++ parts, so it makes sense for things like engines to be made in C++ if you need that like super fine control over performance. I think that makes sense. But for something slightly more higher level, I don't know why I would use anything else. C++ can be used as C with operator overloading. Yeah, that's probably true. I feel like I hear a lot of people do that. Like, especially people who are interested in low-level programming, they talk a lot about C, or they talk a lot about C++, but you don't use most of the features. The OS is C++. Yeah, I mean, if you're making an OS, I think, I don't think you even can make an OS in C#. Maybe you can, but you need like a runtime for C#. Can you have a runtime for C# before you have an operating system? I don't know how that works. We need your C# shilling more than ever in a JavaScript world. JavaScript is, I don't like JavaScript. Oh god. I feel like JavaScript is JavaScript is like a child that was burdened with the responsibility of the entire world. And it was just not ready to take on that responsibility, but now we're just used to it. So it's kind of hard to like move away from it because, you know, it's there. We have the ecosystem and it is working. So why would we go through the effort of replacing this incompetent child burdened with too many tasks? But yeah, so then when I was doing web dev, I heard about TypeScript, and I was like, oh, TypeScript, that seems nice. I like types. I like having, you know, a console that lets me know when I do access members that don't exist. That seems like a really nice workflow thing to have. So I started using TypeScript, and I was like, holy shit, TypeScript makes JavaScript actually bearable. Like I can sort of accept this. It's still bad, but it's only bad because of the stuff that it carries from JavaScript. And so TypeScript kind of like made it so much nicer. And then, because I was like, oh shit, okay, TypeScript is kind of nice. I like this. You know, I liked C#, but now I have another thing I can shill for. Like TypeScript made it so much better. And then I found out that the people who worked on TypeScript also worked on C#. And And so my C# shilling accusations are not going anywhere. It's just all C#. It's C# all the way down. And so, but I get it. You know, if I was a C# developer and I saw JavaScript and I could do something about it, I would do it, you know? TypeScript is basically just a VS Code extension. I mean, probably, yeah. It's like an extra compiler step, but even though it's just that, it makes the experience of writing applications so much better. The problem with C#, Java, or any other high level is memory alignment and other high performance techniques. Okay, so have you used span in C#? Span is exactly that. It is a block of memory, and you can iterate through spans, and you can modify spans, and it is extremely low level. But if you haven't used spans, then maybe you're not aware of the low level features in C#. But there's a ton of them. And if you're in a game engine like Unity, you have access to compute shaders. You have Unity's like job system, which actually compiles C# or transpiles C# to C++ for multi-threaded code. So you can basically write C# code that automatically compiles to multi-threaded C++ code. So you get that performance. And I don't have to use C++ throughout the entire project. That seems like a really good deal, because then, you know, I get the performance from C++ for the transpilation that they do. Or I can use compute shaders to do my mass data processing. And then I can use C# for everything that is not mass data processing, right? Anyway, and like, this is not like shitting on anyone who likes C++. Sometimes you like things that hurt you, you know? I really like Silksong. I think Hollow Knight Silksong is one of the best games I've ever played, and I am really frustrated with it. And you know, that's fine. Sometimes you have abusive relationships with your programming languages and or video games. Okay. What was I doing? Right. I think I just did a quick refactor. Right, I wanted to use... Okay. Oh, is Core CLR finally coming to Unity? I know that they were working on it for years, which you can't blame that on C#. C# has been way ahead of Unity for a long time. Why am I not... I feel like I should... What? Is there a built-in function for doing this? I feel like this should be like a thing that we already have somewhere, somehow. My only problem with C++ is slow compile times and all the current compilers, but that's about it as far as pain goes. I think that's probably one of my most common complaints I hear from C++ people. Specifically the build system, I think, is the usual pain point. Oh wait, this is incorrect, actually. This is not... This is not... You know what? Oh, it needs to be a new example. Oh, I don't know how to type. I've forgotten how to use a keyboard. I love throwing not implemented exceptions. Because, like, in C# you can throw exceptions that give you information. But in C++, you just have to, like, return an integer where -1 means that it worked or whatever, or you need to like print somewhere or use a debugger, or I don't know. Or your program crashes and everything freezes and it's a nightmare. What's not implement an exception? Not implement an exception means that it's going to throw an error to the console or an exception, and it's going to be called not implemented exception. And just the fact that it's called not implemented exception is what's nice about this one, because it just tells you that you didn't implement this. That's it. It's just a useful label. It could just be any exception, and then you like pass a not implemented string into it or whatever. That's fine too, but I just like this one because it has that word typed into it already. Actually, does throwing exist in C++? It does. Okay, I didn't know that. Because I thought, okay, does that require some like extra syntax or something for like catching them? What was I doing? Right, I wanted a float3 version of integer powers. Okay. I think I implemented this correctly. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Where can my back button actually take me back, or is it? Okay, there we go. Finally. So what does that return? That's a float3. Oh, these are separate. I mean, I guess this actually won't make the code much shorter at all. But that's okay. Or wait, use a different power? I've completely forgotten the implementation for this. Okay, they have to be separate anyway, so I didn't need that function. Good job, Freya. You just you just wrote a function that you're not gonna use. I guess I could make ijk a like float3 as well, and then I make a variant of this one. Or no, it would be int3, right? There we go. But then I can't do this case thing anymore. Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna back out of this one. Okay, get percent triangular coordinates. I think I'm just gonna start using float3 for barycentric coordinates because it's annoying to have them be separate. Although I'm not, do I use the Hermite patch anymore? I don't actually remember. And yes, I'm using writer for my ID. Wait, no variable names. So, wait, why is this sad? What did I do? What did I do wrong? Can I resolve constructor? Do I not have 3 floats in a row? Did I mess up? Do I have too many parents probably? I do. Cool. We're using float3 instead of vector3 because, well, 1, it's more modern, and 2, because it aligns with shader code. So there's more like portability for copy pasting code from the GPU and the CPU. I like, for some reason, I like it when core math types start with a lowercase letter. Because, you know, most structs and classes usually have an uppercase in the beginning. But when it comes to, like, mathy types, like, things that would be a struct usually, I kind of like starting with a lowercase letter. And I like that convention that shaders had and Unity had in their math library. I kind of like it. Oh, actually, I will give JavaScript one thing. I do also like functions starting with a lowercase letter. I kind of like that. Like when you have code that's like you want to get the absolute value of something or whatever, like having a lowercase just kind of looks a little nicer. I like that better. The A makes it a little bit more jagged and like jumpy. I don't like that. But JavaScript, There's kind of a convention to have lowercase function names. I like that. I think that's neat. Float3 is not a reference type, no. It is a struct. And that's the Unity's built-in. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's 3 floats. So I'm using it as a vector in most cases. In this case, I'm not, though. In this case, it's a barycentric coordinate. Okay, so I guess these could also be int3. Okay, I don't know if I actually need to refactor this code because I'm not 100% sure I'm actually using this code. Oh wait, this is not how you type anything. Let's do I, then I, or wait. I can remove these, I believe. Do we have operator overloading and typecasting? God damn it, this is the only thing I don't like about Unity's int3 and float3. This should be valid code. This should be fine. This should be... God damn it. Okay, I guess I'll have to cast to float3 and then it's fine. Is this project still tied to Unity? For users, no. For me, yes. I'm making it in Unity, but it's a standalone application. So it's not a Unity plugin. It just happens to be made in Unity. Let's see. What's your word per minute? Not good. I am not a fast typer. I make a lot of mistakes when I type. Okay, so... yeah, this is the Hermite patch code, which I don't think I'm using Hermite patches. But that's okay. Can you talk about your monetization plans for like my life and future in general, or for Half Edge? For coordinates, I like having them as their own struct, then you don't accidentally pass the wrong thing. I've heard of some people do that type of thing. I guess I honestly haven't tried it enough. Because, like, for example, so I've heard some people try doing a thing where they have a separate type for, like, a column vector versus a row vector, so that, like, operations between matrices and vectors are well-defined. Or when you get into stuff like geometric algebra, you might want to have separate data structures for some of those types. Like maybe you would want to have 3D vectors to be separate from 3D bivectors. I guess I did that for my geometric algebra types, because then you want like separate operators to do different things. But I don't know if I've ever had stuff like a data type that represents radians, and then you could have a function on there that converts it to degrees. Like, I haven't really done that type of, those types of types where, you know, you would have a specific unit or something tied to it. I did actually consider once, this is kind of funny, but I did consider, like, having a separate, like, okay, so you would usually have your, actually, let me just type outside here. Public, see, I can't spell. So whatever my words per minute is, there's like the effective words per minute. That one, awful. See, wrong again, bad. There we go, public, that's what I wanted to type. Okay, so I wanted to make a struct. So let's say I have a type for like a vector 3 or something, and I have some components for it. Like, you can make a type for vector 2 as well, so where you have like your x and y components. But there is actually kind of a use case for making another type of vector 2 where the components are x and z instead. So you would have your standard like XY vector 2, but then you could have your own like variant of it where you just store X and Z. Because if you're working in a game, or specifically if you're working in Unity on a game that's top down, like you're going to have a lot of 2D coordinates that are along the x-axis and the z-axis, because in Unity, y is up, right? And so it would actually be useful to have a data structure that's a vector 2 that's not actually xy, it's xz. And then, you know, when you typecast this to a vector 3, you would insert the 0 during that cast in the middle, which would be kind of funny. I've just never done that, but I also probably would never do that. Because I actually, a while ago, I don't have it in this project. No, okay, maybe I'll open that one real quick just to show you. Because I made a weird little plugin for Unity where you can set Unity to be Z up in the scene view, so that you can like navigate the scene view but with Z up instead of Y. For some reason it's not working now though. It used to work. I think I might have updated Unity in between and it didn't work. Anyway, I made a plugin so that you get Z up in Unity. But it's not working now for some reason. Why is it not working? Oh, maybe because I don't have perspective camera? No. Why are my buttons not working? Oh, is it because like this one was in the way? Oh, yeah, there we go. Hell yeah. There we go. We have Z up Unity. Let me just see if I can rejig it to work. There we go. And then we can turn on the grid, set it to the Z plane, and there you go. Z up Unity. You just need to be stubborn enough to make a custom plugin for Unity to get it to be Z up. Does up even matter for a 2D game? Yes, it does matter not for the user, but it matters when you're programming it, right? So I think I've been wanting to make a video about this. I'm probably going to make a video about this pretty soon, about specifically this thing for, you know, up axis and what games use. The long story short of whether or not it matters is that for any type of video game, like imagine one of your favorite games right now, and then imagine a map of the area of that game. That map should be along the X and Y axes. Z is the exception, the one that sticks out the other way, that sticks out from the map. That should be Z, which is different depending on the game. So if you're making a game that's side view 2D, like, I don't know, Silksong or whatever, that means that Y is going to be up and Z is going to go into or out of the screen. Because if you make a map of the, you know, a far loom in Silksong, that map is going to be on the X and Y axes. And then Y is naturally the up vector. But if you make a game that's like an RTS game, like you're making Dota or whatever, in Dota, if you make a map of the level in Dota, then that should be X and Y, in which case Z would be pointing up instead of Y. So then X and Y is along the ground, but Z is pointing upwards. And the reason for that is very similar to like why we conceptualize maps in a specific way. And that's because it's the exceptional axis that you sometimes omit. Because if you have, you know, 2D coordinates in your world, you generally want to be able to just chop off the Z, and then you still have a 2D coordinate of your world. But if you don't align these concepts, you're going to be writing a lot of code where you have like, you know, coordinate 0 coordinates, like vector 3s that have a 0 in the middle because you want to project it to the dominant plane of gameplay, right? And juggling that kind of swizzling where you have a 0 in the middle And you want to have 2D vectors, but if you have a 2D vector that's x and y, it's kind of misleading. And so then maybe you're going to do something stupid like making a struct that's x and z instead to deal with this issue, because any coordinate, like a map marker, if you want to measure distances between objects, but you don't care about the height or whatever, then you're going to have to deal with this like annoying swizzle. But yeah, and so yeah, your dominant plane of gameplay should be x and y, and the third axis is z. That should be the exceptional, weird third one that you sometimes omit. That's my incredibly lukewarm take. Okay, what was I doing? This is the wrong project. I'm gonna close this. Oh wait, actually, look at this. Look at my volumetrics. Doesn't this look neat? Actually, I'm still Z up. I want to switch back to Y up. I love this. I love how this looks. That's kind of neat. Isn't it neat? Can I tweak this? Did I add the... I forget where I put my... where I put my settings. Oh, here they are. There we go. Can tweak it so it's a different vibe. Now it's all... Now it looks like some kind of... I don't know what it looks like. A weird drink? Zoom. I liked this. This was neat. I was playing with volumetrics. Yes, it's ray marching. Oh yeah, this is where I tried the... Look at this. Look at this shit. Doesn't this look super neat? I was trying to work out a new method for accelerating ray marching, and I had this like idea for a thing I wanted to test, which would involve rendering like a new type of map, and it looks so pretty. I was so happy when I saw this. I'm like, holy shit, this looks so good. You know how like normal maps can look kind of like creamy, purpley, very like satisfying? I feel like this is a very similar like satisfying color scheme. It looks like it's like tropical flavored candy or something. I love this. I forget if what did I have in this? This might be, I think the red channel is probably a standard sign distance field, I think. And the special thing is in the green channel. And no, this is the sign distance field. Oh yeah, no, these two are the special ones. And then this is a distance field, yeah. Did I put anything in alpha? I have something in here. This looks like depth. I think it's just straight up depth, right? Anyway. I wanted to make a video about this as well, because this was really fun, and it worked really well. I have too many video ideas. I have like way more video ideas than capacity to make videos. What's the special data in the map? It's kind of like a it's kind of like a clearance type of data, where like it's mostly visible here, where the darker it is, the more clearance it has above it, sort of. So like you can see the top of the donut here, it's very dark because there's not much above it, right? Same thing with the cube here, and anything that looks like it's pretty like close to you at the top, right? But the further away it goes, and the closer it is to other geometry from this perspective, you get a brighter value, because now there's more stuff that can obscure it around, like closer to us. So you can sort of think of it as like every pixel has a cone that's sticking out. Or it tells you the width of a cone from that point. Not the width, the slope of the cone sticking out from that point. And it tells you that this cone is empty. So it's very similar to, there's a technique called cone tracing. So it's kind of like cone tracing, except the cones can have different sizes. And the cones are generated in real time. Yeah, so that's sort of what, if you can imagine a cone sticking out from the surface, if you look at this part right here, the cone, the higher this value, the more narrow the cone. So you can see that it's getting more and more narrow the closer you get to the cube here. And so the reason that can be used for acceleration is because if you know that you're inside of a cone that's empty, you can also trace to the end of that cone because you know that you can go to the end of that cone without hitting anything. And because that's, I want to say pre-baked. It's pre-baked in real time. But because you have that data, you can jump through those really, really quickly. I believe it might actually be baking. It might be baking as we speak. Let me see if I can rotate this. Yeah, there you go. It's just not displaying it updating in real time because it wants to be rude to us. Did I maybe have, oh, maybe, let me just enable these. I think, yeah, there we go. See, I can rotate this and the map updates in real time. Zoom. Yeah, you can see the like sharp, bright boundary there when I move it vertically. So that's the cone's changing size. Can you enter the cube with the camera? I don't think I'd added that now, yeah. But it's trivial, like adding support for that, so that's not a tricky thing to implement. But yeah, this is a really fun thing to work on, and it might be a novel technique. I mean, cone tracing has existed before, but I'm not sure if this type of way to do it has been done before. So I'm like, what do I do now? Do I write a paper? Do I make a YouTube video? Do I copyright my technique and try to make money from it? I don't know. I don't know what to do next for when you might have invented something. I don't know. But I feel like someone's has gotta done something like this before. I'm not an academic, so I don't know the workflow. I am awful at getting work done when I'm streaming because I keep yapping about stuff that's not the thing that I was working on. I guess I can save changes, sure. Software patent and getting wealthy. It just seems like a lot of work, and I don't want to deal with patents and licensing. It sounds very boring, and I am unable to do boring things. Okay. Can I focus on what I was supposed to do? This whole thing is like commented out. I'm guessing it's because I'm not using this anymore. This was probably because I was refactoring it, so I moved everything to a different place. This, I think I actually moved to my barycentric type. This is exactly that thing. Yes. Okay, cool. Well, now it's in the correct place. Do you have any code in this type now? Nope. Where am I patch 3? Do I wanna keep this? Oh, this is where I tried to get the Gregory stuff working. I don't know if I want to keep this. Probably not going to use it. Or maybe, I don't know. I'll just comment out the type so I don't use it. It'll just be empty, sort of. Okay. So then this should be berry-centric. So then the thing that I wanted to try was, I think it was to try my tessellation code for this, because the one thing that I worked on, or one of the things I worked on most recently here was specifically the, where'd it go? Oh, this stuff right here. Good lord, what a mess this is. So I had to figure out, how do you iterate these vertices in a triangular mesh? Like, what's a nice iteration scheme for this? Because for anything that's square, there's a very nice, like, even if you store that data in a one-dimensional array, you can just use modulo to like repeat the rows of that thing, or like convert to and from XY coordinates to integers, right? But for a triangular thing, especially one where like, if you have an even number of vertices along an edge, there's a central vertex. But if you have an odd number, there is no central vertex. And so if you kind of like map out that data, you have this like weird exception in one case, but not in the other. And like working out how to do modulo for this was a mess. And it was like, I don't know, it feels weird that you had to do like square roots just to like make this work out nicely. I don't know, it was annoying. But then I was thinking, okay, maybe I can use like sort of like barycentric coordinates, but I have an additional parameter. So like each vertex has, you know, X, Y, and Z, that's like barycentric weights. But the problem is that if I just have 3 integers, the way that this is tessellated, they don't actually all add up to the same number, which is kind of required for barycentric coordinates to make sense. They need to, or usually you would want them to be normalized, right? And so in order to normalize them, I needed to add a 4th component to the barycentric coordinates, where the outer boundary is 0, and then it's -1, and -2, and -3 the further in you go towards the center. And that way they all add up to the same number. But then it's kind of funny, because then I sort of have like, a, it's like a rational barycentric coordinate, or like, because like when I want to go from the barycentric coordinates to a standard barycentric coordinate, I kind of need to project from like 4D space into 3D space, and I just find it kind of funny that it's like a rational barycentric coordinates, and it actually worked really well. I think I still have the test object for that here. Yeah, this one. So I did end up getting that code up and running, and worked out the weird traversal scheme to like iterate through these in the way that I wanted it to. Because like obviously when I want to make these connections, I need to be able to iterate like from this vertex, I want to go across to the other side. But because there's like exceptional behavior in the middle, the way that I do get across on this side is not the same as the way that I get across here. Because here it kind of looks like the natural way to get across is to go down instead. But I also can't just strictly separate it with like, you know, down functions and up functions, because, you know, if I have an even number, then there's a central one where there is no natural up or down, it's just straight inwards. And so then there's ambiguity for like, oh my god, it was so much just to get this to work. But I think I have an interpolation scheme that is nice now, where you can kind of see that they're colored by vertex colors, if you imagine this vertex being red. So all the red ones are arcs, kind of, around this vertex. So it's arc here, arc here, arc here, arc here, and so forth. So those are the different traversal paths that I have here. And I think I can work with that for all of this. And I worked out... So this is the thing that I wanted to try. So when you then convert from barycentric coordinates to 3D coordinates, there's like a naive way of doing it, which gives you these coordinates right here. And I don't like the distribution of these. It kind of feels like there's the vertices are too bundled up in the middle, and it's too stretched along the boundary. So I was trying to work out ways to like relax it a little bit, kind of like when you relax like a UV map or something. So if I had a different variant that's like where I, instead of the naive conversion, I used a projected version using the like 4-dimensional barycentric coordinates, and then it looks kind of nice. Like this is probably how I would draw it if I wanted to like draw a very like regular like systemic breakdown of this pattern, which was kind of by accident with the 4D barycentrics, which was kind of nice. And then there was one where I wanted to see if I could make a like relax function where, you know, you have the projected one, and then one where I wanted to try to make the quads a little bit more quadratic, or like quadratic? Cube? I guess quadratic? Or like, there's a word for this. Square, that's the word. I forgot the word square. Yeah, I wanted to make them more square, and I figured like there's some kind of like averaging function I could probably use. Yeah, and so the thing I don't know yet is which one of these is going to work best in my actual use case. And so I think that's the next step of like what would these distributions look like if I had a curved surface like this? Because this is still in barycentric coordinate space, and like what would it look like if I just try those coordinates on a Bezier patch? Yeah, so that's what I should try next. That's what I'm gonna do. See, it only took like, I don't know how long it's been, 3 hours to get to the thing that I was supposed to work on. Okay. I guess I can probably just do it inside of one of these scripts for now, just for visualization. Probably just clean up this code and remove a bunch of the random tests that I don't use anymore. Have you used Benstein polynomials? I have used them before. I'm not sure in what specific context. It's not about the destination, it's tangents along the way. True. Okay. I think I'm just gonna yeet a bunch of this code because I have forgotten what it is. And so I probably won't miss it if I just delete this. Looks like just drawing random stuff. Not using that anymore. Okay, I'm in the right script, right? Yeah, okay. Have you ever messed around with unusual methods of texture mapping to curved surfaces? Have I? No, not really. Or like, what do you mean by unusual? I mean, I have tried it on, I guess the one thing I've tried is to use like inverse bilinear mapping for mapping a texture to a quad. That's the one thing that's related, I guess. So I guess it depends. Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna delete that because I don't think I need that code, and I want to be able to read what I'm doing. Spline specifics, is that... Oh, those are probably the boundaries there, I guess. Spline boundaries. Are you aware of rad debugger and file pilot? I'm aware of file pilot, at least. Because I think the developer of that is also in the handmade community. And so I've also been hanging out there a little bit. I think that's where I heard of it first. What am I doing here? This looks like even older code. Also old code. Don't need that anymore. Don't need this anymore, I think. I think that the way that I set up this test scene is so dumb. I don't like the way that I did that. Okay. If you just normalize the integer coordinates to the 0 to 1 range, then do UVW equals normalize and square each component. Doesn't that yield a sum of 1? I mean, probably. But, or I guess it depends on what you mean by, or do you mean UVW as in the barocentric coordinates, or? Just anything unusual. I've been working on a special texture mapping for a sphere or skybox that has no seams and constant textile area. Oh, like that. Oh, yeah. I have done that a ton, yeah. Specifically for anything like round and you want to have like, do it around the whole thing. Like sky domes or skyboxes or cylinders or, yeah. I mean, I can normalize the, so that's the, so I have the different variants here, right? If I do what you wrote, that is what you get here. This is the results of doing that. Just grabbing the, XYZ components and normalizing that. But I don't like the distribution here because I feel like the boundaries have much bigger like face area. So then I experimented with the other ones. So the projected one, I like the face areas a little bit better, but I don't like the aspect ratios. And then I tried the, long story short, I do an average of Bezier curve coordinates from each face and then weight them. And then I get this one. And I like this one better because I feel like they're more square, all of the different cells. It does squish it a lot out in the edges. And so I'm not sure yet if that's good or bad for my actual use case. And so I'm going to try that for in my actual use case so that I can see if it's good or bad. Okay, so first off, I need to close like a gazillion tabs because I need to open only the things that I need to focus on. So this one probably, and this one. Okay. So am I using this control point stuff still? I am. Yeah, okay, that's annoying. I don't like this temporary type, but whatever. Okay, so how do I adopt this code for... let's see. Right, I have the quadrangulated triangle type. Okay, that's good. Where do I draw all the dots? I guess it's here. So that's based off of dot count. Yes, okay, so this is the code drawing the dots. We're not gonna do that anymore. So I believe that's just gonna remove the interior dots. Maybe, hopefully. Yep, okay. I also want to remove the outer the white lines. They're in the way. How do I yeet those? How many do I have? It's probably these, I think. I'm still drawing the point there though. Not okay. That is probably this one. Okay, that looks cleaner. Good. Then I want to, let's just, or do I, maybe I need that later. No, I'm just gonna have to rediscover it. Right, okay, so we're gonna use the, so previously I was grabbing like, I was just generating barycentric coordinates based off of like an integer enumeration scheme. But the way that I do that now is gonna be different. Okay, I think I'm gonna remove Greg because we don't use Greg anymore. I guess I don't use these as well. Triangle dot count is not gonna be that anymore. What do I call that? That's gonna be like the N for the tessellation amount. And I guess I can do ranges between 2 and something? 12? Okay. So we're gonna change it up. Because now we are going to use the quadrangulated triangle, QT, and then pass N in there. Do I have a method on there for like iterating those points? That would be nice. That would be the tetra spiral gives me the 4D barycentric coordinates as integers, which is a good starting point. Okay, so, and then we want to get the coordinates, which I believe is tetra 2 barycentric. Yeah. Okay. And then we're going to evaluate using the barycentric coordinate, and that's a float 3. Yes. Okay, cool. That's what we want to do. And we had a... Oh yeah, I have the tangent mode as well. I didn't really show that, but that's okay. It's okay that I didn't show y'all the tangent mode. Who cares about tangent modes? What a dumb idea to care about. Okay, so we have the tetra coordinates, and we have the, I guess I just call it mode and tangent. What did I call it? Tangent mode. Okay, so this should now draw the points using the new remapped coordinate system thing. And we have tiny little dots here. I feel like I should make the dots bigger. Where are my dots? They're here. Okay. Twice as big. Come on, dots. Blip. Okay. Tessellation. That works. Cool. Okay, I do want to draw the lines between these as well, which theoretically should be straightforward. I'm just gonna copy paste code from my past self. Because I think... Where do I draw the lines? That's the spirals and not that one. Is it this one? What's with the... Oh, because I'm drawing the arrows. That's why this looks complicated. Okay, okay, I get it. Right. What's defining that main 1/8 sphere? Oh, that's just like manually input data. So it's objects I placed in the scene. And then I use the directions of that object to define that one. But I've hard-coded the tangent direction of the incoming geometry that you can't see right now. Because of that hard-coded geometry, I can't like easily deform it in the scene. So I've set it up in a stupid way, and so I can't like edit it nicely, but I can probably fix that at some point. I just haven't bothered. Did I paste or have I not pasted yet? This looks like I pasted, right? This is the code that I was gonna add, right? Did I paste or is that the... No, I did not. I should paste. There we go. Okay, these should be transparent. We want to use billboarded lines. We want to use... Come on. Oh wait, it's thickness space. Pixels. And then draw dot thickness is 0.5 pixels. And then we... actually, I guess I can keep all the different lines I have here, even though I wanted to make it more simpler. Maybe it's useful to look at that. Oh, it is drawing it in the wrong space, probably. Yeah. Oh, because I wanted to do the whole arrow thing, which I can't do if it's a curved surface. Okay, I'm just not going to do that then. So I think we can comment out that. And then... kind of pointless to have colors for that then, so I guess we're just gonna do white. Oh wait, I'm still just drawing that here, but I want to draw it on the thing. That's the whole point. Actually, I guess I could keep this because it's like discrete points anyway. Yeah, you know what? Let's just keep that. Why not? We're just gonna have to convert these two coordinates. So that would be like qt dot get something? What do I do? Get point? It's no tetra to barycentric. No wait, that's what I'm doing. No. I want to go from barycentric to the spline, so I want to do patch.eval. There we go. I think that's going to work. I might be in the wrong space though. I might need to move to this corner space. Oh no, it is working. Oh my god. This is we're cooking. We're cooking. Getting somewhere. Oh, those offsets are not normalized. Wait, why did I... oh, because I'm using the barycentric normal there. That's not good. What would I put there? I don't know, I just need a perpendicular situation. Do I have the corner direction? That was the thing I deleted, and then I wanted to remember. Patch, maybe? Patch dot planar intersection corner. Probably, maybe. Okay, that's better at least. Probably not perfect, but neither am I. Okay, I want to increase that offset a little bit. I don't know. Do I expose this as a parameter so I don't have to like recompile every time? Okay. I guess a range from 0 to 0.25. And it's like a arrow offset thing. Okay. Okay. Bloop. There we go. Hell yeah. Okay, we've got our arrow offset. So we can separate it a little bit more. Okay. This is looking pretty good, I think. So let's cycle through the different modes. We have the naive version, which looks better than I thought once it's on a sphere, but I think it's still not a great distribution. And then with the projected one. Okay. And then the one that I'm hoping is going to work best, which is the averaged one. Oh man. This is like, it's nice in the sense that they all have a much more similar shape, but I don't like the fact that it's so curved here. Like I really wish the line going from connecting here to here was almost straight. But then like if I do that, it gets squished in the middle. I think that's what the projected one does, right? Oh no, not even, but almost. It does that for this section here. I think the problem is that I just can't do that because I think I have one more cell than I have target vertices for these, I think. There's like a discrepancy there, so it has to squish more into it than what's possible. And I guess this is pretty good as a compromise. Looks weirdly flat though. Well, I guess it is polygons, so they always flatten, but... That's probably okay. Oh yeah, and then I had another thing that I wasn't too sure about, which is like what's the tangent direction for barycentric coordinates at the boundary? This was something I was like not entirely sure about and wanted to test. So for here's an example. So oh, actually, I don't even know how many of you know what barycentric coordinates are. Maybe I can just explain that real quick. I've just been using that term without explaining anything. Okay, so basically you have 3 vertices, right? So this is the 3 vertices of a triangle. And let's say you want a coordinate system to get a point inside of this triangle. Like you want to have some method of getting a point in here. And for like, I don't know, if you have like a rectangle, the natural way to parameterize that is like you have an x coordinate and you have a y coordinate here. You can sort of do the same with triangles, but it's kind of awkward in a sense because it's kind of like taking these 2 vertices and like squishing them together into one vertex. But then you get this like weird distortion where like any change in x and y is not always going to have the same rate of change in the output position. So like, for example, if you do this on a triangle and you pick like a y coordinate that's up here, Then you change x from 0 to 1. It's going to move very slowly across this part right here. But if you pick a y-coordinate that's very low, like 0 or 0.1, then moving x from 0 to 1 is going to move much faster. So you have this kind of like projected feeling to it, right? So it's not like uniformly distributed in a way. But another way of parameterizing coordinates in a triangle is using something called barycentric coordinates. So it's basically like you have 3 different weights. So you kind of have, it's like a 3D vector. You have your x, y, and z. So this would be a barycentric coordinate where these are your 3 numbers. And the way that a coordinate is determined within a triangle, you can sort of imagine areas. So if we give a coordinate here, for example, then if you connect these to the vertices, like so, then the area of this region is your x. So that's x right there. My computer just froze. Or maybe Photoshop froze. There we go, thanks. And then the area of this region right here, that's z. And the area of this region is your y-coordinate. And so this is how barycentric coordinates work. So any triplet is going to give you a position within this triangle. Usually you normalize it so that x plus y plus z equals 1. So quite often you don't always need, the z coordinate. If you know that they always add up to 1 and x and y are already normalized, then you could skip the z coordinate. But this is pretty much how barycentric coordinates work. Yeah, so that's what I'm using to get coordinates around the sphere. And there's like different like conversions if you want to you start with the barycentric coordinates and you want to get a point inside the triangle, but you can also do the inverse of that, of you have a point in the triangle and you want to get the coordinates out of that. So both of these are conversion methods there. Why is it the area, not the distance from vertex? I think it's because it's easier to normalize, but it might be the case that they boil down to the same thing. Yeah, because it's like, because right now they correspond to weights very, very closely. So like if you imagine z having 0 weight, so if z is 0, then the point is going to be directly between x and y. So they basically function like a, what's it called? Like an affine combination, convex combination, I think it's called. Where like if you take the coordinate of each of these vertices and multiply them by the barycentric coordinate, you get the output coordinate because it's a convex combination. If you were to use lengths instead, if you grab this coordinate, z would have this awkward number, and you need to sort of assume that number means 0 weight for z. But I guess you could maybe you don't store the length, you store the length minus this height or something, or that height minus the length. I don't know. But yeah, there's different ways of setting up barycentric coordinates, but this is the way that I usually like thinking of it. I wonder if the same can be used with other shapes. So for so sort of yes, you can do it with lines. Like if you only have 2 points, then you can have a barycentric coordinate for getting a point along this line as well. So that would sort of be like a lerp, but with extra information. So then you would store the distances here instead. So you would have your barycentric coordinate would be 0.25 and 0.75. What? So this would be your barycentric coordinate for interpolating along a single line. And this is usually what a lerp function looks like. This would be the t-value when interpolating from this point to this point. Because a lerp, you can also see a lerp as a convex combination of 2 points, right? So this is kind of like the 3D equivalent, where instead of a line, you have a surface, because now that's the because now you have like another data point that you want to include in the convex combination. Yeah. I think convex combination was the correct term. Linear combination where weights add to 1. They do add to 1. I forget exactly the hierarchy of what all of those terms mean, but they're so close in my mind that I never distinguish between them. Anyway. What was I doing? Oh, I was explaining barycentric coordinates, but I forget why. It was probably related to this. Oh, yeah, because I want to talk about the tangents. So the question that I had in my mind was like, okay, so let's say you have a triangle, right? And then you have these edges, and this is like a barycentric coordinate space, I guess we can think of it as. So if you then consider a point along this boundary, like the point here, for example, or let's consider all the points along this boundary, what is the tangent direction for these? Because like I feel like there's 2 different answers, and I don't know which one is correct, or maybe it depends on your use case, because I can see an argument for both. Let's actually do both variants, and I can show you both of them. So one of them is kind of like, you see this as a geometric triangle, right? Where this is just a geometric shape, and you just grab something that's perpendicular to this edge, right? So that would be tangents kind of like this. But barycentric coordinates are not the same thing as like Euclidean coordinates. And so I'm thinking, is that actually the tangent? Or should the tangent rather point towards the opposite vertex? So like, are these the more like canonical tangent directions? Where it's like pointing towards this vertex right here? Because when you think about it, like if you move away from this edge by modifying, or like by increasing the weight of this vertex, it would move towards the vertex. It would not move perpendicular to the edge. And so I feel like this one feels more natural as the like canonical tangent direction. So I wanted to like, I wanted to like experiment to see like which one is the most natural when generating the different coordinates here. And I feel like I got into this like weird issue where like the perpendicular one kind of feels better, even though I feel like it should be wrong. Oh wait, I didn't include the vertex targeted one here. Or wait, where did I do that? It was here. Tangent mode, there we go. But then if I use the one that's like pointing towards the vertex, it's then all of my attempts at getting the quads to look nice, they got super squished in the center. So maybe I just need to use a different method there. So if I change to the vertex targeted one, this is an awful distribution of vertices. God awful. Don't like this. So if we switch to maybe the naive version, this is looking pretty good. Still a little bit like small in the center. If we do the projected one, a little bit better. Now it almost feels a little bit too big in the middle. And then the Bezier average looks terrible. Like one of the worst. But that one looks really nice when I have the edge perpendicular ones. Then I'm like, oh, this looks kind of nice. Although it's a bit squished here. I don't know. I don't know what's best for society. No, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I don't know why I like this one so much, because it is really squished at the edges. But I think it's just because if I just ignore the edges, everything else looks nice. I think that's why I like it. Because I'm able to ignore the edges. But then if you can imagine like a quad strip that's continuing in this direction, it's going to be really weird that it just suddenly has like a really short distance there. I don't know. Oh, this one doesn't respond to the vertex. Oh, because it's not using that as a heuristic. I don't know. I don't know. But I guess it doesn't super matter. I think these are all acceptable solutions. I think. Second formulation seems much better. My thought is that the tangent should express a derivative and the second does that. Yeah, that's how I feel as well. The problem though is that when I use my Bezier averaging scheme, it just completely collapses into the worst tessellation. Yeah. Oh wait, actually, yeah, the projected variant doesn't use the edge related thing. It's just for the Bezier averaging scheme that I use. Right. That makes sense. Okay, that's why the other ones were looking surprisingly good. But I don't know, maybe I got some weights backwards or something. I just feel like it's so weirdly distorted. But I mean, I guess it sort of makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It looks so wobbly at a distance though. Like the way that these like sort of wobbles and curves feels very unnatural. Maybe I should use the projected ones. This one feels a little bit closer to what I would expect. It just looks so stiff. That's what I don't like about it. It just looks so... Especially these kites are kind of distorted. I think that's better in my averaged version. Yeah, they're way less distorted in this variant. Is that one parallel per side? What is... which... Not sure what you mean. Shouldn't the long edges follow the radius, like be parallel to the outer edges? Like, are you talking about this should be a straight line to this, or... So, you can sort of do that, but it gets distorted in a way that I don't super like about it, where like, I don't know, you get such a bunched up set of edges in here, and the faces get really small, and these corner kites are pretty distorted as well. I don't like that. I do like it when you look at it from the side. These are pretty straight, even though they're not perfect, right? Yeah. I feel like this one is slightly better. Like this one is very squished. This one I feel like is slightly better, but all of these are kind of like, I don't know, I feel like they look squished together. But then this one just feels so much more relaxed to me, but it does have the squish near each edge. Do you have a visual ideal target that you're trying to achieve, either from another software or by manual modeling? It's just based on vibes right now. Some of the standard Bezier slope with the Gregory specific shift, the rate at which internal control points themselves move. I don't know enough about the Gregory stuff to know what that means. I tried implementing it for a while, but it just didn't work out. And all the Gregorys I could find, they were all talking about like subdivision instead of like interpolating or filling a hole. Like in my case, you have a boundary and I want to fill it based on some constraints, but most of the papers I could find was about sub D tessellation, basically, or maybe not exactly sub D, but I forget what it's called. Mesh subdivision schemes, I think. Is there a way to blend between these modes? I mean, not right now, but I could just add one but I'm not sure if I need to. Okay, well, this is something I can change later and experiment with whenever I want. So maybe I should like actually implement this in the actual tool itself rather than just spinning my camera around some vector graphics. So I guess this is the... What? Wait. Why did I get an exception? Okay, we're gonna... Oh yeah, I had that earlier. I don't know why. Okay. I'm just gonna restart. That fixes a lot of problems. Okay, so if we bevel that, there we go. Okay. So how's this gonna work out? I guess. Oh, like blending across the surface, using the Bezier one towards the center and the other one towards the boundary. I mean, I could. I'm not sure if it would have the desired effect though, because I think my desired outcome is contradictory. Like I can't have everything work out. And so it's just going to be a trade-off of, do I want to equalize face area, or do I want to equalize the square shape of quads, or do I want to like adapt it to follow the tangent directions as closely as possible? I think those things are like inherently, I can't satisfy all of those constraints. And so I think it's just about how much of each constraint do I want to follow. And my personal weights for what is good or bad with those is just that's just vibes. So I'm just gonna experiment and see what feels best. I do think that having very distorted quads is generally not good for shading. So I think it's good to steer in that direction in general. I really like the color palette you use in your videos. Is it just based on the colors in Unity? No. Well, 3 of them are. The XYZ colors, those are based off of Unity's XYZ colors. They're slightly different, but almost the same. But the other ones is just my own color palette. Okay. I guess I am probably ready to try to implement this. To me, it feels like the edge lengths should be equalized, but that's also just vibes. Yeah, this is kind of like this is something I'm gonna have to do for UV mapping, for like unfolding that. Because when you're unfolding, you have the exact same dilemma of like, what do I want to optimize for? Do I want to optimize for area? Do I want to optimize for edge lengths? Or do I want to optimize for internal angles? The these three different things, it's like you can't satisfy all of them, and so you have to try to figure out what do you actually want to do. And for UV mapping, it's kind of context dependent. So there's no like one right answer there, I think. So that's a case where you would want to expose that to users, which Maya did in their Unfold tool. Have you tried drawing what your ideal would be? Not really. Well, maybe I did actually. Yeah, I think that's what I tried to do here, but I mean, it's not ideal here either. I was kind of just improvising, but like the one that I have right now that I feel like is really close to what I want is kind of based off of the way that I intuited these shapes, because it's kind of like so the way that I saw this and the way that I wanted to try and get these vertices was that let's see, how many points does that one have? 4. Okay, that's an annoying number, but probably okay. So like the way that I was sort of imagining this was that if I take this point right here, this one sort of goes in an arc and connects to this one. And so this arc concept is kind of like the way that I saw it in my head. And so I was thinking maybe I could use that to figure out vertex locations. So let's say we wanted to get this vertex right here, which means that we would have another arc that would go from here to here, I believe. It'd be like that arc. I can draw lines, it's fine. And then you could draw another arc for that one, which would be this arc, I believe. So the one that I like right now, that I think looks good, is based off of these arcs, where I basically do literally this. It's a Bezier curve in barycentric coordinates. And then I get a point along each of these splines, which would land like slightly off from each other. And then I average those to get a single point in the middle. And the t value along each of these is based off of the number of points in the arc and which one we want to get. And then I average that to get a point. And so that is how I got this shape right here. So this is the naive version, where you just kind of like take the, barycentric XYZ coordinates. Then there's a projected version where I take the 4-dimensional one, projects it into 3D, which I think looks a little bit better. And then the one that I talked about right here, where I average the 3 points. And then that gives us this version. And like the downside with this one is that it squishes stuff at the boundaries, like at the center of each edge, it squishes a little bit. But everything else looks pretty good, which is what I like about it. Yeah, I tried doing stuff like maybe for this one, I would use a different weight for the red one versus the blue and green one. But I couldn't find one that like worked super well, or I don't know. Can I see the application? This is my 3D modeling tool. Okay, so I'm currently, I need to fill this hole. That's what I'm working on right now, in a very broad sense. My first thought is that I should go to the control point rather than a point on the edge. I'm not sure what you mean by control point, because there are no internal control points for this one. Okay, So I should probably go to my actual use case, which is, where did I put that? That is probably in the Bevel something. Is it in the Bevel junction? Maybe? Okay, let's collapse a few functions. Okay. Okay. So, create vertex paths. I feel like I probably have the whole filling separate somewhere. Yeah, here. Okay. Fill holes. So the straight segments, and then also straight segments. Okay. So then here would be the corner fill. Oh god. Okay. I sort of forgotten how I set up all of this. So I have this bevel half edge, which... okay. Does that include all of them, or... I think that might actually be all of them, which is not good, I think. How did I set this up? Compare the deviation of each method to the ideal. The one that best approximates the ideal is what you should use. Ideal being unaffected. I don't know what the ideal is, though. Because, like, even if it's perfectly smooth, that's not really the issue. The issue is more about topology rather than shape, right? Or I guess no, topologically they're all the same, but like the distribution of the points on the surface that I already have a perfect shape for, and that distribution is unambiguous. Or no, it's ambiguous, sorry. Okay. I do kind of want more tea, though, so I should probably make some more tea. Okay, so the way that I set this up is that a bevel half edge, I believe, is any outgoing half edge. Or no, wait, I filter it here. Oh wait, I have the segment candidates. Hold on. Right. Like 1/2 edge per bevel. Oh, if I already have those, then I'm pretty sure I am set for the corner fill. And right now it's only for if there's 3 of them, I believe. Yes, because this would have 3 outgoing half edges. As in, it would be these 3. So I fill straight segments, which means the vertices are already created, which might be a bit of a problem in terms of how I structure this code, because the outer layer is basically already created, but I need some kind of mapping from the already created vertices to the barycentric map of the vertices. So basically, I guess I would have to map the vertices that I've already created to this scheme. Okay, so how would I do this? I would... Do I use a dictionary for this, maybe? I think maybe I do. I use a dictionary where the key is the integer barycentric coordinate, and the value is the vertex element ID. I think that's what I do. Because then I can basically, because I've already created the outer set of vertices for each edge. So I just shove those into the dictionary. I think that's what I do. Okay. So we have a dictionary between int4 to integer. So this is the what is this? This is the tetra coordinates to vertex. Okay. And I believe it would be nice to make a... Do I make a function that automatically creates it? I think so. Yeah, because I need to consider the way that I iterate through this. I'm sure we've touched on this already, but can this be extrapolated to any number-sided intersection? No. Right now, it is pretty much hard-coded for specifically triangles. Quadrangles are also easy to do. Quadrangles. That sounds more natural, not quadrangles. Quadrangles is also relatively easy to do. But then for n-gon intersection, I don't have a solution for that yet. I did research on it. I didn't get super far. I tried the Gregory patches, but Greg didn't want to cooperate with me. Hello, Mr. Thor. Hello. So for now, it's hard-coded for specific cases. Hey, Thor. Yeah. You talking to stream? Yeah. Okay. I'm sure they appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Okay, Thor. Good luck, buddy. Yeah. He wants attention. What's the goal? Some fixed topological shape or curvature derivative for smooth or something? So in a very broad sense, the goal is to... I have a boundary made out of Bezier curves, cubic Bezier curves, and each of those curves has a tangent for the surface it's connected to. So if you imagine this is kind of like a closed path, right? And originally these are made out of Bezier curves before I tessellated it. Oh wait, sorry, you can see that. So like this is a closed path, right? In this corner. And if you, before I tessellated it, you can sort of imagine like a Bezier curve connecting from here to here, and from here to here, and from here to here. So it's a closed path that is a Bezier spline. And then each of these curves, they all have a tangent direction, which is aligned with the, not tangent to the curve, but tangent to the surface it's connected to. So that's the lines going out of the curve here, right? So the goal is to find a spline patch that can fill this hole and fitting into the derivatives of all of these as well as possible, and ideally approximating a sphere when you're in a corner like this. When it's 90-degree corners, it should be kind of like a sphere. Doesn't have to be exactly like a sphere because that's unimportant. But yeah, sort of what you would expect when rounding a corner, right? That's the that's the problem space. Isn't that a typical NURBS problem? I mean, the difficult part is not like I can use NURBS for this, but the problem is that NURBS are generally made for bilinear patches, and for any other shape like a triangle or a pentagon, you can't just use a naive version of a NURB surface for that. So there are different ways of generalizing that. I think one of them is called PN triangles or PN shapes or something. I forget. Yeah, I forget exactly. There's a bunch of different methods for this, and all of them seem horrible in different ways. So right now it's kind of hard-coded. But the tricky part is like, it's usually not picking the method. The tricky part is like figuring out the correct input data to the thing at hand, right? Like, I implemented the Gregory patches, but the paper was super unclear on how you pick the like intermediate control points, and that's kind of load bearing because if you don't have those right, then it's just not gonna work. So I don't know. I struggled finding a good paper on like generalized n-gon patch filling stuff. So I ended up just using hard coding it now for the triangle case. But then again, in many cases, if you have a triangle and you have a quad, you can kind of subdivide any other n-gon into either triangles or quads. And so, where is it? Yeah, so like, if you have a pentagon, you can subdivide it so that you have quads. And now you can use the quad interpolation. And now you've sort of solved the problem. Because now you don't have to figure out how to do the advanced interpolation schemes. Then all you need to do is like figure out where to place these vertices. But once you've done that, you can use you can like have a composite of all of these different spline patches. But then you sort of have a recursive problem where like, oh, I guess I sort of have to subdivide this one as well, which is annoying if you have like an odd number of subdivisions. But as long as it's even, you can do the quad subdivision still. There's a bunch of edge cases, so I don't know. Okay. I was gonna make some tea. I'm gonna go make some tea, and I will be right back. Because my throat is hurting a little bit because I've been talking way more than I usually do. What's a good screen to look at while I'm making tea? Is there anything you want to see? I don't know. Oh yeah, this is relevant. I'm going to be working on this afterwards, so study this. There you go. Important documents. All right, I'll be right back. Wait, it's in the way now. I want it to not be in the way. There we go. Or maybe it should be part of like the... Okay, right, I'll be right back. What's your plans, Alan? Where you going? Oh, big yawn. Okay. Good job. Good job. Can this be done by spherical coordinate system? No, because it's not always a 90-degree angle between all of these things. Or I guess it could sort of be spherical still, just a subset and not like perfect corner. I'm pretty sure spherical is just not going to work because it's never going to fit a perfect sphere. I think. If I'm reading your message correctly, because like the bevel is not always going to look like this. So for example, I don't even know exactly what would cause a different situation, but maybe this works as an example. So like if I do a bevel here, like, is this like a circular sector? I doubt it. I don't think a sphere will fit very neatly into this. Maybe it would, or like maybe you can use like squished or skewed coordinates, or I don't know. Yeah. Oh, this one looks incorrect, actually, now that I look at it. I feel like it should go along this one. I wonder what I used to generate those points. Because I feel like it should go... Or no, wait, because it is sloped. No, I guess that sort of makes sense. Oh no, I'm getting like flashbacks to when I was working on the inset function, which has a similar edge case. This might actually be the correct one. It just looks unintuitive. Maybe just because I want it to be flat along ground, but I can't assume ground. It just looks a little bit too steep than I would expect. I don't know. Looks to me like you want to fit a sphere into a corner between 3 points and then tessellate. No. I don't think so, because the different pairs of, or the different edges require a sphere with a different radius, I think, is the problem. Because the radius of this is much bigger than the radius of this one. So it's not just one sphere. So I think it would be possible to do something like that if I changed the bevel method to, instead of like offsetting like a fixed distance from the edge, I instead change the distance I offset to fit an ellipsoid or whatever sphere-like object I could fit in there. Then I think I could use that, but I don't know. It's just not a very, I don't like spheres. That's the real answer. I don't like spheres. Cause like, I feel like cause I have to like match the derivatives and all of that stuff, and splines are just so much more flexible because I can I know the input parameters and I can interpolate between those. For like ellipsoids and whatnot, is like, maybe I can get it to work in a specific case where I have like 3 or less edges selected, but in any other situation, it's going to be arbitrary. And so I need to support like arbitrary shapes anyway. And so, yeah, I don't know. I feel like anytime I try to use spheres for stuff, I just always get bit by them. And so I don't like circular arcs. I don't like spheres. My tea is probably done. I'm gonna go grab my tea. Since it's Unity, are you planning to release this on iPad? Nope. It is not coming to iPad. It is desktop only. Okay. Do we do some actual programming now? Am I actually gonna get some coding done? I've tried using a tessellation in which the lines are drawn from the main vertices to their opposite edge. Like straight across, or like generally that bundles the vertices up in the middle, which I don't want. And you would have to, and like fitting in quads there is tricky from what I recall. Like that's when you sort of get the bundling issue that I had with this one. Not exactly this, but sort of like this, where it skews so heavily towards the center that it kind of becomes useless. What about Linux? Probably Linux. I think any desktop, like Windows, Linux, Mac is the plan right now. I'm gonna prioritize Windows because that's just what I use. But it would be nice to have builds for the other ones too, and it shouldn't be that hard if it's, since you know it is made in Unity. But last time I tried making a Mac build, my compute shaders didn't work anymore. So some kind of render platform thing was wrong, and so I don't know what's happened there, but okay. So what am I doing here? I have 3 vertices, which are the segment candidates. And I believe they probably contain... Do they have the vertex arc? Yes. Okay, vertices across. Max use metal now. Yes, and it was in metal that it didn't work. Okay, so vertices across. Pretty sure I already generated those because I had to for this. Yes, okay. So they already exist there. Cool. Okay. Thor, do not step. So I have that. I guess I need to create the what did I call it? Quadrangulated triangle? Or something like that? Where is it? Where did I put it? Where's my quadrangulated? I'm so lost in my own code. There we go. That's it. This is the thing I wanted. Why did I not find that? Is that in a different assembly? Excuse me? Why? Where's my quadrangulated triangle? Where did I put it? I put it in the editor assembly. No? I guess it's just outside the half-edge assembly. Well, that's not good. I need to put that in, not in shapes. That needs to go somewhere in here, I believe. Scripts. Oh, this contains like nothing. This is the folder. There we go. Okay. And then there's math. That seems like the right folder. You seem like the type that we use NeoVim and Rust. I didn't expect JetBrains and C#. Nah, Rust seems complicated, and Vim also seems complicated. I like C#. C# is great. Okay, how much do I need to move here? I feel like most of this I don't use anymore. I do use the cubic Bezier triangle and the barycentric type. So guess I'll drag those into, come on, into here. Maybe. And I feel like, do I not have a geometry folder? I feel like I should have that. Okay. Quadrangulated triangle. Cutie. And then N is the subdivision level. Where do I have that? It should be hard-coded right now. Where do I do that? I guess it's that. Hold on. Simon? Mr. Man. I have my apartment is kind of divided into two because I have a guest cat staying over that I'm fostering, and one of my cats likes to jump over the fence between these two areas. Luckily, he's the only one who can get along with Gumpy, the little foster cat. So it's just that, like, when he hops up on the gate, when he wants to hop down, he kicks it behind him, like tipping the whole thing over, and it comes crashing down and is loud, and so cats might get hurt. So anytime he jumps, I have to like help him down to not have him like jump off of it. The little goober. Okay, I guess. Where's the thing? I should just have a number for the subdivision level. Did I hard code it into the bevel junction? Oh, bevel segment count. I guess it's this one. Yes, create vertex path. Right. So let's see, number of vertices across. That's the oh wait. Oh yeah, because I don't add the corner vertices. Oh yeah, because the first vertex and the last vertex are already there. Okay. That makes sense. I guess I don't entirely know. I guess I could just use the number of elements in the list for now to get the n value. Which is a bit of a weird way of doing it, but that's okay. Sometimes weird ways of doing it is the way to do it. Vertices across dot count. So this would be This would give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in this case. So it's count minus 1 gives me the n value. Okay, so this gives me the barycentric tessellation data. And then I want to use the Vim isn't as complicated as people make it out to be, but it's an endless wellspring of rabbit holes. Oh yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where like it's super efficient if you know what to do and what you're doing. Kind of like Blender. Blender feels like the Vim of 3D modeling. But it's kind of obtuse and tricky to get into. That's the impression that I got. Maybe it's easy to get into Vim if you don't use all the features, but... quick question. Is this level what so-called geometric kernel developed, or are this just features on top of it? I'm not using an existing geometric kernel, no. This is all custom. For better, for worse. I like doing math, and making your own 3D modeling tool is like an infinite wellspring of math problems. Okay, so we got that one, although this is only relevant for triangles. So is this one. Okay, so now we need to pre-populate this one with the existing vertices. So how do we do that? I need to get these barycentric coordinates along a specific edge. So, okay, I need to keep track of this. So I guess, yeah, 0 would be x in this case. I hope it's the same order here. It's okay if it's a wrong order though. It'll just look funny, and then I'm gonna tweet about a funny looking geometry, and then I'm gonna fix it, and then it's fine. So we don't have to care about order. We just need the coordinates. So I think I had a way to iterate that. Is it arc? I think tetra arc axis. So if this is vertex 0, then I want to get the arc on the z-axis, I guess, or axis 2. And the distance from this one would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is n, I believe. Oh, sister's calling me. Hold on. I don't even know why I used the mute button, because I know that it doesn't work, so. What the heck's what's my hair doing? Okay, so distance I think is n. So this would iterate... Let's see. That's the arc. Okay, so this would enumerate these, which I believe, if I remember correctly, these are the set of vertices that I already have generated from this point. So instead of 2, I guess it would be, I would need to do a for loop, and then I would be the axis, sort of, and there's 3, and then we want to iterate the tetra arc coordinates, which is int 4. And then this would be I dot previous modulo 3, I believe. Because then for y, it would be x. Yeah, okay. Cool. So now, I think... Or wait, now we don't have integers for this. Oh god. How do I get an integer for each? Was it JavaScript that had like a nice syntax for like getting the index in a for each? I think it was JavaScript, right? The like for all in syntax stuff. If I remember correctly. Okay, so I think what we now do is that tetra is the key for tetra to vertex. And we assign that to the ID of the vertex that we've already created, which is inside of segment candidates of I believe. And then we got vertices across index j. Good lord. I think that's it. I think that would do it. Okay. This was an index mess, but that's okay. This would... I guess technically we don't need to assign the first one, or we could skip the last one. It's going to double assign the shared vertices, but that literally does not matter. Okay, so this is populating the corner points, or no, boundary vertices. And then we need to create the internal vertices. Yeah. Oh, that's actually really easy, I think. Yeah, because I have an enumeration for like all of the internal points. So I think all I need to do is qt.tetraspiral, which is what I just called it for some reason. Oh yeah, because it like spirals into, that's the enumeration direction. So, oh yeah, I don't need the outer boundary. I guess I could use this one and start from 1, which would be a little bit more efficient. Or no, let's keep that. Okay, so let's see. That's the shell count vertices. And then for each qt dot vertices, it's like tetras in shell, I think. Yeah, that one, tetras in shell. And then we start from shell 1. Because the outer one is already dealt with. Okay. Okay, so I think this is correct. So now we're iterating. Now we're basically iterating all of these numbers here, one after another, excluding the boundary because that's already populated here. So then we populate this one with a new vertex. Okay, do I have my mesh here? Where's my mesh? Do I not have a reference to the mesh? Oh, I do. Okay. mesh, create vertex. And we want a floating vertex because we don't want it to connect to anything. And then we need the position for that, which we need the Bezier situation. Where's my Bezier? I haven't made the Bezier patch. Well, what did I now call it? Oh yeah, cubic Bezier triangle. There we go. Biz. So what do we got? Oh geez, we got the control points directly. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. Did I not have a shortcut for generating that? I feel like I should have generalized that code. Okay, well, where did I use it last time? Oh, spline patch dot create cap Bezier triangle. That's what I wanted to do. Spline patch is not okay. God damn it! Give me my spline patch. Scoot into the correct assembly. Okay. Okay, cool. Now I know what I'm doing, because this one takes positions, normals, and tangents, which is what I want. Okay, so I'm just assuming these are in order now. I don't like how long this variable name is. This is going to make this look so stretched. Maybe I'll rename it temporarily. I can't use verts. I can't use bedge because I've already used that. Corners. Cool. Okay. So we have corners, 0, dot, wait, actually, oh, yeah, it's this one. Okay. Guess I'll just grab that, and then, loop, loop. Okay, compositions, normals. Do I have the face normal here? I do. Cool. That is convenient. And then the direction, which I believe is just the direction of themselves. Okay, I think that's it. That would be really nice if that's it, because I'm pretty sure that should be correct. So these are the tangent directions of the selected bevel edges. And then the face normals that belong to those half edges around this particular vertex, and then the position of each vertex. And then we can use this to get the coordinate. So we evaluate it at a barycentric coordinates, which would be tetra dot no, cutie dot tetra to barycentric. There we go, tetra. And n, and then we have the various tangent modes. Do I have opinions about, wait, why did it suggest n? Because I need the mode here. I mean, I liked the Bezier average, and then this one being left at edge perpendicular. I'm gonna leave it at that for now. I do need to optimize that one though, because I should cache those coordinates. Okay. So now we should have all the vertices created. It's not connected, like I don't have edges or faces connecting them, but it should create the vertices. And it might actually just work now, hopefully. I'm probably gonna get a bunch of errors right after, but I think we should be able to see the vertices being created in the corner. So let's see if we do. I feel like anytime I create a cube too quickly, I get this weird error. Okay. Let's see. All right, bevel. Okay. It might have worked. It just didn't update the mesh. It created absolutely nothing. Oh. Okay, so why are we... What? Given key was not found in the dictionary. Oh! Oh, wait. It's a dictionary. It's not an array. Oh. Well, that makes sense. Well, I want them sorted in my case. Can I have sorted bevels? Oh god, how do I... Ugh. I hate sorting. It's sometimes I feel like I just want sorted stuff that's like so microscopic, but I don't want to like run a whole sorting function. Like I just have 3 elements and I want to sort them, where it's like right on that boundary where like writing the sorting manually is so trivial, but it's not nothing. And like running a full sort function feels like way too heavy of a tool for the thing that I'm doing. Okay. Do I just get really lazy? I'm gonna get super lazy. I'm just gonna allocate some memory because I can, and it doesn't matter. List bevel half edge. Let's call it corners this time then, and then we do segment candidates dot to list. I don't know if it's sorted. I feel like it should be. Wait, what am I doing wrong? Oh, it's dot values to list. Okay, corners, we're gonna substitute those. Tetrad, why is it sad about this? Only updated when never used. That's okay. We don't have to use it. If you want to go down another math rabbit hole, I have too many already. Like I did with the multiplying vectors, and have a look at a tutorial on automatic differentiation with complex numbers. That sounds similar to dual numbers, because that's usually what you use those for. But I have a lot of rabbit holes already. So we'll see. Maybe I'll look at it at some point. Okay, so let's bevel this. Oh, fail to intersect the 3 normal planes. Really? Okay. Wait, am I literally not using the normal directions here? Excuse me? Oh, wait, I am using the input normals though. Okay, that makes sense. But this is like the easiest case to intersect to intersect some planes. How could it fail to intersect? Normals 0, 0, -1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, -1. Oh, wait, why do they have duplicate? That is weird. Why do two of them have the same normal? Excuse me? That's not what I thought I wrote here. Wait, what? That's so confusing. How? Did I do a typo somewhere? No, this looks correct. Whoa. Wait, how do I... shared access. Oh, wait, hold on. I wonder if the problem is that the points I'm passing into this one, I wonder if that's pre-beveling. So I'm getting the positions before I move or like separate the bevel, I think. Although I thought I made this a property. I did. So then it should do the right thing here. Because I've already moved the data. Huh. Did I get the parameter orders wrong? Position 0, 1, 2, normal 0, 1, 2, direction 0, 1, 2. I think this is all. Tangent space, I got that there. Okay, I guess I'll just print these. Or maybe I'll learn how to use a debugger, finally. Okay, let's pretend I use debuggers all the time. I just need to attach to Unity. And then, no, I press play, maybe? Is that how it works? And then it needs to recompile? Yeah, okay, okay. We're good. This is normal, okay. And then I will maybe get some sort of breakpoint thing happening. Nope, I did not. This is why I don't like debuggers. They just don't work immediately. And then I'm like, then I lose interest because it didn't work on the first try. Okay, so what then? Do I need to like attach to Unity editor? But like I thought I was doing like runtime code, not editor code. Or do they mean editor as in any like Unity process, or like what? Okay. Debugging, sure. I guess Writer doesn't care about the separation between editor code and runtime code in Unity. Or maybe it would, actually. Maybe it would adapt the UI for that, because it's done that for a few other things, so... And why does it look like a little gray invalid breakpoint? Why does it do that? What does that mean? Now it's fine, okay. See, debuggers are confusing. Like, what's going on? I just wanted to do the thing. Okay, and then I press play here. Does that play the project? Or did... Okay. I think we're making progress, maybe. Okay, and then we press... Oh, it works. Okay, cool. Neat. Okay. Now we need to, like, jump and stuff. I guess we can step over that. Count 3, that makes sense. Okay. Do I... Okay, so... I think I'm always, like, scared to use step over, because sometimes it, like, steps over and, like, yeets off into the sunset. And I'm like, I wanted to see the result. But then if I do step into, it gets into, like, here's the low-level implementation of, like, the plus operator for integers. And I'm like, well... Okay, but I guess I do step into to get into the arguments, and then step over. No, yeah, okay, so now I stepped into exactly this. Why am I here? Can I go back? Is there like a back button? Like, can I don't know where I am. I used to know. I don't have the information anymore. God damn. Okay, well. Why is it not showing things anymore? Second pane at the bottom. You can step out. Well, but does that doesn't take me back though, right? Like, I'm in process pointer events now, and then I'm on the next editor frame. I think the problem was that I jumped over the code that I wanted to inspect, right? And then it tossed me into Unity's low-level events. Okay, I guess I need more breakpoints. Like, please stop at multiple locations. Do not run. Do not run away from me at any of these points. Okay, and then I run again, I guess. I mean, I don't need the stack tree. I just want to know what the values are of these when I run that function. Okay. Cool. So now I should be able to step over and... What? Okay, am I getting an exception in there? Oh yeah, wait. It might actually be my own exception for the normal direction. But then why did it dump, like, it used to say next to every line what this line contains. Like, where did that go? Because now I think I'm in here and it's throwing an exception inside of this, but I just want to know what I passed into it. How do I go back to that? Because now I just have, like, Unity input system pointer processing. I don't know what I'm looking at. I have a bunch of process pointer events. Look inside that function scope and review the arguments. How do I get back to that function? Like, just navigate to that function itself? I think this is the exception that's being thrown. And I want to know what I sent to this function. I'm not 100% sure though. I guess I could add the breakpoint in the function. But like, what? Can I not just use step into instead? And take the slow route? And never press step over, because step over will leap way too far. Oh, now I guess I didn't attach it. Okay, well, set the debugger to break on exception. Oh, it doesn't do that? Is there a mute breakpoints, view breakpoints and exceptions, debugger settings? More debugger settings. Can I have a break exception? I guess not. We're not breaking on exception. But it did stop on exception? Maybe, but it just tossed all the variables that I usually see when I step over stuff. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm just gonna do the step into thing and it's gonna be fine. Wait. Is it attached? I think so. I have the stop button here, so. Yeah, I am stopping before I pass in the values. It's just annoying to me that I have to use that, like, as soon as it enters the function, it just stops showing the values outside of it like this. Because I feel like it should be able to just do that. Because like once I'm here, I'm gonna have to do step into just to make sure that it doesn't yeet my context away to wherever. But now I have to like go through all the property calls and the... Oh, okay, step over is not just the line. It steps over everything? What? Okay, I don't know what step over means anymore. I thought step out was the thing that took me out of it. Or am I getting an exception like immediately on the like array access, or what is happening? Okay, how do I just go step up in the call stack? You need to stop at line 68. But I feel like I shouldn't have to do that if I just like slowly crawl forward, right? Because that's how it behaves with everything else here. But as soon as there's an exception, it somehow behaves differently, where it just tosses all the values that I could see before. I don't get why it's doing that. No. No. Okay, stop there, and then attach to Unity, and then play, I think. Okay. Okay, now we're here. We've got the word, it's marking the whole function. I can't see the arguments yet. So I get the impression that I can never click step over, because if I do, I might get tossed away into somewhere else. But if I do step into, I have to like go through every single minute little like call I do to every single little function just to wait until I finally get out, until the place like when can I when can I use step over? I want to skip all of this. All of this is useless. I don't need to know all of this. Like when I want to get back to my code that I care about. Okay, now we're into the next vertex. Like because I feel like I should be able to press step over here. Can I not? Because like last time I did that, I was immediately skipping forward to the exception that was thrown, which is not as far as I'd like to jump. Or is it step out that I want to do? Or is that the thing? Do I step out or do I step over? Step out moves you up the call stack. That sounds nice. That's what I want to do. Okay. Okay. Oh, now we're on the second one. Why is it not showing the... Oh wait, it is showing the value now. Oh, it's showing that if I hover. Okay, that's nice. Cool, I got the thing I wanted. I just wanted to see the values of these. Oh, but now I'm not in the context where it exists. Okay, so if I step into... Oh, okay, now... Good lord. Okay, so it is the input data that's incorrect here. The face normals are not properly calculated. Okay, cool. Okay, what's their position? 4.80, -5. 4.86, -4.8. They're all at different positions, so that's good. Oh, and they're all at different directions as well. This all looks fine. Wait, why did it not... How is it using the same face normal for these? Eh? Did I do this incorrectly? No way I got the tangent space wrong. Wait, I should be able to see that in the debugger, right? If I... like this object. Can I inspect the object? Like the thing I'm accessing? Oh, here. Okay. Okay. That's so bizarre. I feel like there's no way I got this wrong. Because this one I'm not even changing. I'm just grabbing the face normal and assigning it to column 2. That's just the face normal. How can the face normal be wrong? Well, what the heck? That makes no sense. It makes no sense. How did that go wrong? What is actually the... Okay, just a double check. Half edge 0, half edge 20, half edge 1. Okay, so they're different IDs. Face normal should just grab that one. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is face 1, and this is face 0. This is face 0. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Okay. That is a good hint. Okay, so 2 of these vertices are on the same face. Why? That doesn't seem that doesn't seem right. Okay. I think I know where to start looking in that case. What are you building? I'm making a bevel function for my 3D modeling tool. So I'm currently working on filling in this hole that you get after beveling these 3 edges. And so I'm trying to work out, right now I'm just debugging an issue where it seems like I'm sending the wrong data to this thing where 2 of them have the same face normal, which is not correct. Oh wait, oh my god, I think this is the problem. Yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I think I got it. I think I got it. What did I call it? Spoke? If it is a bevel, I think? I don't know if I need to do the other cases. I think that's it. And then we check for corners.count. I think it might have been this one. Or no, this one should have been true for all of them, right? I think. So it should be the same thing. Maybe. I'm not sure. Can't wait for another deeply unintuitive tool overloaded with instruments to hit the market. Well, that is exactly the thing I'm trying to avoid, so if that's what happens with half-edge, then I have profoundly failed with, like, the one central thing that I'm trying to do. I don't know if you were talking about a half-edge. Maybe you were talking about something else. Oh, well, we didn't get an exception this time. Are we even running the code? Because I'm sort of expecting some errors. This was surprisingly fine. I'm guessing this just didn't run. Okay, wait, am I misremembering the way that I categorize these? Because I thought it was just... No, it should really be the vertices across thing. What the heck? Oh, hold on, I'll be right back. Salad? Hey? Goofus doofus. Hello? Hello? This is Salad. His name is Salad. Bloop. Bloop. Any word on when I could get my hands on half-edge? No clue. I am optimistically hoping to get the closed alpha this year, which is very optimistic, but that would be cool. I have a bunch of people that I've invited to that, but I'm kind of just handpicking people now because I want to make sure that the initial group I test on is people who are in the industry with actual use cases and actual projects and experience, to make sure that I'm catering to that. So that's my current priority. So there's no like open sign up right now. And we will see after that point. Okay, I feel like I'm just getting really confusing behavior with this. Oh, you know what, actually? I think the problem is that I'm thinking maybe the thing is that this one worked because it's not directional. I think that might be it, actually. Because this is like the beveler globally. This is not... Oh my god, is that it? I thought I was doing this on a per junction level, but this might actually be the whole thing. And the straight segments is iterating through every single, like, straight edge. And so this is super incorrect. Okay. So we're just gonna for each the junctions. Junctions dot values probably. Junk. Actually, let's just do a separate function for that. Void fill. Or no, let's grab that, I guess. Extract method. Fill junction. Fill junction. I think that's the way to do it. I don't need to pass corners into it. Okay, so we do want to pass the junction into it. Okay. Cool. So now, junction dot. Wait, are those not public? How do I access this stuff? Bedges in junction, that's what I want. Okay, let's just make that public. Okay. And here we want the yeah, we're gonna call this corners because that's what we called it before. Corners. And then we do junction dot bedges in junction, and we want to do where the bedge dot spoke equals bevel, and I believe that's it. And then we're just gonna do some typos for a bit. There we go, and then to list. Okay. I think that's it. Now I think it will work the way that I expect it to, because I believe this one is already sorted. Yeah, do you ever just bench your junctions? Hate it when that happens. Oh, it's actually kind of late. I completely forgot about that. About, like, the concept of time. Okay, so bevel and... we're getting some, like, demonic symbols. Okay, we're getting some index out of range. That's okay. Where? Oh, we don't have a very nice call stack here, but it should be... Huh. Wait, bevel done? Oh wait, yeah, that index out of range is fine, actually. That's expected. The points are incorrect, though. Okay. Interesting. Oh wait, I have multiple corners. I'm not using this one. Whoa. Okay, internal vertices. What is even happening here? They look like weirdly chaotic. I wonder if it's because the edges might be going in the wrong direction or something like that. Okay, we're just gonna do some more typos and then okay, let's do that, and let's just try reversing this for now. We're at the stage of flipping switches until it works. Because I'm pretty sure this will work. I just need to flip a few more switches. Just reverse a few more indices. Just like negate a few more variables. It's gonna work. I promise. It's just some, we just need to flip some switches. There we go. That's it. That's working. Hell yeah. Look at that. Look at this beautiful little bevel thing. Neat. Okay. Then we are making pretty good progress. I guess the next thing is just to hook them up. Let's see. How do we do that? Do we create the edges first, or do I just... I think I had a function for just like creating a face within 4 vertices in a row, and then it's going to handle the rest. So I don't think I need to create the edges before I create the faces. I think I can just run the create face function. Actually, I can just see what I did for the straight bevels. Create face within vertices. Exactly. That is exactly what I wanted. Okay. So now we're back to the enumeration scheme situation. So I guess I can pick any arc. So if I pick a vertex and then I get the arc along here, I can just fill along those, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, so after we've created the internal vertices, we want to create the faces. So I believe what would that be? It would be a for loop for the arcs in one of the axes. And we want to iterate, I guess, starting from 0. It would create this face, these 3, these 5, these 5, and these 5. So we want, so n here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think n is 5. If I remember my indexing correctly here. N is 5, yes, because we do have a triangle in the middle. Okay. So then in that case, we want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it is n iterations. That makes sense. So we start with 0. Iterate n times. Okay. Can I use... Oh yeah, the center is gonna have to be a special case, actually. Ooh, because that's not a quad. That's a triangle. How do I want to code this with the least amount of headache? Guess I can just skip the center. So then I would do 1, 2, 2 of them per vertex. Okay. So then we need to iterate through the sides. Mistro. Hey. Though I feel like it feels weird to like special case the center ones. But I think I have to. Or I can like shorten the... Or no, wait. There's an enumeration scheme for this. I could just go... Yeah, okay. Exactly, Thor. That's exactly what I was thinking. Okay, here's... You're ready for my big brain iteration scheme? Alright. I don't know the vertex order of this. Maybe we try to match this one, actually. Or is that big brained? Yes, it's big brained. Okay. So get this. Starting from or I guess the red one, we do this one. So like, oh God. And then this one. And then this one. Thor, my microphone, you are cuddling with my microphone. So like we do that X one, and then we do the Z one, which is gonna be like also have that same 2x3 pattern. Isn't this kind of big brain? And then we do the green one, which is also 2x3. See how they're all the same? There we go. This is the big brain move. So then you're kind of like cyclically going in that direction. Right? And the cool thing with this is that when we have an even number along the edges, the only difference is that we don't fill a hole, I think. Because then this iteration scheme is going to cover all of it. Because in this case, it would just do each of these kites fully. And then there's no hole to add, or like triangle in the middle to fill afterwards. This is the move. This is the big brain move. Okay, so what are these numbers? This is, we have 3 for the number of the steps inside of the arc, but then we have the number of arcs which is always one less, right? So let's see if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is n equals 5. So I'm guessing it's like n over 2 plus 1 for this number, I guess. Or just like n over 2 for this number. Yeah, n over 2 for this. And then if it's not even, then this direction gets an extra step, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So let's give this some variable names. We have the arc count, which is n over 2, and then int arc traversal, which is arc count, or no, this depends on whether it's even. I guess I have that in the QD. Maybe? Even? Is even? So if it's even, we do the traversal and arc count is the same. Otherwise it's arc count plus 1, I think. Okay. And the arcs start from the back. Yes. And so it should be, let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it should start at, oh boy, you should start at n minus 1 and then do like a reverse for loop for the number of entries. I think. Okay, I can never like handle custom for loops where you have like too much logic in the for loops. So I would rather have like I arc and then do the math inside of the for loop. Okay, arc count. So then let's see. Int arc index, which is different from iarc, which, you know, that makes sense. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's n. N minus 1 is the first one. And then we subtract iarc. So n minus 1 minus iarc, because it starts from 0. So that gives the arc index of this one, and then it fills towards the next one. So yeah. Yeah. Does that make some of the edges full and some half? Oh, I might have been delayed responding to that. In this case, all of them are going to be full edges. Well, unless I don't fill the center, but that's the plan, so. Can you do an even number of edges now to see what it looks like? Oh, I was just looking at my sketch here because this one is even. And here it would just fill the kites properly, I believe. Okay, so we have arc index. So we need to iterate from this upwards and forwards, or like capturing the next quad strip there. And we need to do that twice. And let's see. Oh, I have like all of these as enumeration things, which is not ideal for this. I guess I can... let's see. Tetra arc is the whole arc. Next tetra around. Well, this would be useful, actually. Yeah. This is what I want. Yeah, yeah, okay. I think we got this. We just need the first one. So that would be qt dot. I mean, I want the tetra arc, but I don't need all of them. I just need the first element. It feels overkill to do the whole IEnumerable. Oh wait, get index in arc. Oh yeah, the t value there. I don't really need that. Do I have a... oh wait, I passed the... That's the opposite of what I want. Vert count in arc. Oh, get tetra from side shell index. Well... Whatever, I'll just do tetra arc the first. That's fine. How are you calculating the bevel between two faces? It's a broad question. What part of it more specifically? Okay, arc index is the distance, I believe. And then axis would be... Oh, that's true, I don't have an axis loop. Kinda need that. Okay, for each axis, we want to do a few tetra arcs. Actually, can you deconstruct an IEnumerable into a tuple? Where, like, I just want the first two elements as a tuple. Is that a thing? Cause like I kinda oh wait. I need to do this, right? I don't use this too often. There we go. Look. This just feels so wasteful to like only like iterate twice, or like I don't know. It feels wonky to do it this way. Do I need to count things 0 and I just want to grab two of them. I just want two of them, two in this thing, into the thing, and like, is there like a until, or like a there's got to be like an enumeration limit for like how many things you want to limit. It can like take, if you take 2 of them, that's got to be it, right? You just take the first 2. Yeah, that's got to be it, I think. But it still feels silly that I don't have an index for this. Okay, so or no, wait, that's not the point. Feels wasteful, but get it working first and optimize second. I mean, right now I'm just optimizing for readability and like trying to make it somewhat okay. Or I guess I could take a few shortcuts that I'm not taking now, but that is true. Yum, yum, yum. Okay, I think that's fine because now it's... Yeah, I think that's okay. Actually, you know what? I can just keep the same eye. Because we're just gonna do the next arc. Okay. So that's the points in tetra coordinates. Yeah, okay. So actually, we want this to be vertex indices, which are integers. So then we want to do... Where's our dictionary? We had a dictionary somewhere. Tetra to vertex, that's the one. So we want to do that. Tetra to vertex. Nice, thanks keyboard. And then vertex order is this one, this one, this one, this one. So that would be 0, 2, 3, 1. I believe. Oh, I can't send a span into this one. Rude. Rude, rude, rude. Well, I tried to do a vague optimization, but that went out the window real quick. Okay, why is writer's like parameter suggestion so flaky? I feel like it just disappears so easily. I like try to make it appear and then sometimes it just disappears, then I can't get it back again. I have to like retype the parentheses sometimes, or like, I don't know. Why is it so wonky? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I have a weird hotkey that's like interrupting something else. Well, this would be false all the time. Oh yeah, because the order of this is not correct. Oh, how would I do this in a... Because now we need to sort this tiny array of 4 elements. See, I just wanted to have 4 variables. Why is this feels so much? This is so overly complicated. Okay, hold on. There's got to be like a nice way to... I almost never use IEnumerables outside of for each, but I should be able to like have my 2 arcs, and then I should be able to like v0 equals arc a dot move next get enumerator move next Okay, something like that maybe. So it's rather that I want get enumerator. Is that it? What type is that? Is that an enumerator? T. Okay. Numerator. Okay. So like the do I want move next or current? Does it start on the first one, or do I need to call move next to get the first thingamajig? How does it work? Because I just want to do this. Okay, how do I get the thing after I move next? Do I need to like move next in between and then get the current again? Is that the vibe? You must call move next to advance the enumerator to the first element. Okay. Gotcha. Is there a combined the move next that also gives me the value? Or do I need to do the move next current thing? Guess this will work. Oh yeah, I guess I do have the... Okay, so I want arc A's first point, and then I want arc B's first point. Then I want arc B's second point, and then arc A's second point. This is the order that I want. So it should be added in this order, I believe. Okay, so now I can remove this mess. Wow, I hate it. This looks ugly. Never disposed. Do I need to like do a using type of situation? Using like that. There we go. Now it's disposed. Are you happy now? Whoop, whoop. Cool. I am not using arc traversal. That's weird. Why is that? Oh, because I'm dumb. Okay. So I need another loop. Let's see. So that's I. This is like I arc inner, and the number there is arc traversal. In here, what we really want to do here is that when we do get enumerator, we want to skip based off of I arc inner, I believe. Good lord, I think that's it. This project is like off by one hell. It is full of so many fence post issues and weird edge cases that are literal edge cases, as well as like actual problem space edge cases, and goodness. I thought I had like the nightmare project for that when I was working on my spline plugin, but now this is worse. Like, there are so many like indices and cycles and like modulos that you need to keep in mind. All right, code. It better work. God damn it. Okay, I'm glad it's not a square, because then we would be like creating swastikas on stream, which is probably not good. But this one is not a swastika. It's just kind of like the triangular variant of it. Okay, well I feel like it didn't really create a face. Wait, am I using iArc? Oh yeah, wait, arc index, yeah. Oh, it needs to be +1 here. I'm dumb. Okay. See, off by 1. Okay, okay, okay. Do we... Okay, it's a triangle soup. We've got triangle soup. Oh. See, it managed partially. It looks like it's a boundary issue. And a face normal issue. Wait, is it Silksong? What Silksong? What? I don't know what's up with this. Oh yeah, kind of looks like the direction the vertices are assigned is not consistent. Where like they could be assigned in this order here, but then it goes in that direction on the other one. That kind of looks like... That looks like what's going on. Because the interfaces look correct, it's just the face normal that's flipped. Which in and of itself is kind of weird, because I feel like... Because it should be arc A. Okay, I mean it's not a tricky thing to fix, it's just kind of weird. Okay, I guess we'll just I just feel like it should work though. Did I... Am I passing these in the right order? I have not had a hydration break, no. I mean, I have been drinking tea very slowly. Okay, let's just flip these for now. Why do you need to run the game to use the tool? Because the tool is pretty much a game. Half Edge is not a Unity plugin. Half Edge is a standalone piece of software. And so I need to run the software in order to get the proper experience. Wait, did I not flip the... Did I just offset the cycle? Probably. Or did I not recompile? Okay, cool, great. I don't have a nice way to step through the process now. Okay, well, I think just flipping these two then. That's surely flipping that. That's gotta be the one. It was initially going to be a plugin for Unity, but it is no longer. For better or for worse, because there are a lot of advantages of having it be inside of the scene view that I'm not going to have anymore, which kind of sucks. But It also kind of sucks to have your, like, huge project you spend a lot of time making nice only work for people who use Unity. Because, you know, there's other engines out there and people make games using those. And it would kind of suck if you could only use it if you're using Unity. This looks very flat. I feel like this one is not even close to spherical in vibe. Like the fact that this one is like an indent, that looks weird. Okay, so clearly there's a boundary issue here. Okay, let's see if we can debug this. No, I think it's just a vertex order issue. I think it's the initial vertices that are set up in an inconsistent order. Because if it's working on this face but not the other two, that's clearly... Or it could be that it's... No, it can't be that I've swapped these two, because then the interfaces wouldn't work either. I think it's just that the vertices go in the other direction in some of these. That's what I think it is, so... Let's... see if... we can find where we create those vertices, because I kind of forgot. Okay, so we create the junctions. Fill junction is like the last thing we do. Fill holes, apply bevel, separate and create paths. This is the one. Okay, create vertex paths. Okay. Bidge. Okay, Bidge is in junction where it's a bevel spoke and vertices across. Okay. Did I get my... Should I not have reversed this? I feel like it... Okay, I'm gonna remove this reverse just to test. I think it should still be reverse there, but I need to double check. Are you making Blender inside of Unity? Sort of, yeah. That's one way of summarizing it. Really? That makes zero difference? Excuse me? Okay, so maybe this code path just never happens, which actually would make kind of sense now that I think of it. Or rather, I was kind of wondering why I even had this code here. Oh, I wonder... No. Okay. Half edge across bevel. Oh wait, hold on. Target of half edge across, which is, yes, that makes sense. Okay, so what do I do for get vertex arc? It's from self to vertex across. Something like Valve's hammer about runtime would be really sick. I mean, I guess it is runtime from my perspective, but it's not going to be released as a runtime plugin. It's going to be released as a 3D modeling tool for artists, not as like a utility for people to put 3D modeling into their games. So it's not a library for that. What am I doing wrong? Okay, maybe I can just print a few of these things. Or is there anything else that could go wrong? Okay, let me just print and then try to think of if there's anything else that might have happened. Actually, this is a good place to log. Why do I like randomly paste? I feel like there's something I keep pressing. I still think doing a single axis could help. Not if the issue is about the original vertex directions, which is separate to the enumeration scheme. Separate from the enumeration scheme, I should say. Okay, what are we getting printed here? Wait, nothing? Excuse me? Oh wait, no. Okay, here we go. Cool. Connecting 0 to 8. Okay, 0 to 8, 13 to 4. Oh god. I don't know the IDs of all of these elements. I should really have a debug view mode. I used to have a debug view, and then I removed it when I like ported it to be standalone rather than editor. Because now I don't know which vertex is vertex 13. Okay, it's connecting 0 to 8, 13 to 4, 14 to 13, 4 to 14. 27 to 6, 5 to 32. I don't think I see any contradictions here. Let's see. Okay, first off, how many connections do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at the bottom. Okay, that makes sense. So this triplet is the thing. Okay. So we have 13 to 4, 14 to 13, and 4 to 14. That seems incorrect. No, wait, that seems correct actually. I think that's actually correct. Which seems to suggest that the issue is probably in my index hell. So that is probably... Oh god, where did I put it? I'm so lost in my own code. I think I'm also getting tired, that's probably it. Yeah, the connections are cyclical. And I don't think it went this route. So that is good. So I probably got some of these indices wrong somewhere, which would be in here. Okay, let's think about this. We have axis. That's the color of this. That's axis. Okay, I-arc. I-arc is which one of these... No, sorry. It should be which one of these arcs we're going on. That is I-arc. I'm using my mouse now, so it looks garbage. And then we have I-arc inner, which is this one right here. So I'm writing INR because I don't like using my mouse for typing. Okay, so inner is gonna skip along the arc. The weird thing to me is that it seems like it's only two of the sides that have this issue. That's the thing that's really bizarre. Because there's like a lack of symmetry here. But like, why? I-arc inner. What am I doing wrong? And -1 minus I-arc. So this is 0, this is 1. That should be correct. Is that arc index in the right loop? No. But it doesn't matter, I think, right? I don't think there's anything that would change the outcome there. In making half edge, have you made any realizations on how you prefer to write structured code? I mean, a little bit. This is kind of the first time I've done like mass computation. And the data structures for the meshes has been kind of interesting, structuring that to set it up to be like as fast as possible for compute shaders and like parallel processing in general. That's been kind of interesting. And also just getting more like deeper into compute shaders, because that was something I was kind of lacking. And I used to have debugging tools so that I could see the indices and all of that stuff, but I removed it because I am dumb. I just need to add it back in again. Would we be able to mod half edge? You should be able to. Yes, that's the plan. But it's not open source, so modding API should be a thing that can happen. Because I want people to be able to write like plugins and tools. Why is this failing? Why is this failing? I think looking at the corner from the inside has some symmetry, like from the inside. Does it? We're thinking about like these edges. But, or, I don't know. It still feels like this edge right here is being treated in a different way from the other ones. So weird, because like this, is it the like start index that I'm messing up? Because like where does this go actually? This goes to, actually where's the face here like at all? Like where's, there's gotta be, what? Okay, yeah, that is weird. There should be a face here, but I don't know if there is. Can we go to the twin half edge? No. That's odd. Okay, that's deeply incorrect. So then I wonder, did I get my arc index incorrect? N is an integer, I hope, yes. Let's just remove that -1 and see what happens. See if it's more broken or less broken, and then that's going to give us a hint for what direction to go, you know? Is it necessary to write tests for numerical stability? I haven't done it so far. Usually I just do it based off of if I notice it with my eyes or not. And if I notice it, then I will try to fix it. Key not found. That sounds like an index out of range. That's happening. Yeah, because now we just dipped out early. -2. There we go. That's the other direction. So that if this is also broken, then maybe we had the right value in the beginning. Wait, am I passing axis correctly? I just need to double check that. Distance. What? Thor, buddy. Does selection order a global position change which arc gets meshed normally? Does it behave the same way if you rotate the cube? Yeah, it should be completely invariant of transformation. So that should not... That's the way I've coded it, at least. So it doesn't have to be a corner exactly like this. Okay. Well... It is still broken for sure. Okay, you know what? Let's just simplify this loop in general. Let's just say we only ever make one quad. So... Also, I didn't even know if I got this is even thing right. Or no, wait, and okay. That should be correct. But let's just say that arc count is going to be 1. And arc traversal is also going to be 1, just to test like what order is it even like starting in? Like are we on the same page here or okay. All right. Oh, I can't select that because I might have done that too quickly, question mark? I'm not sure. I have a weird bug. It sometimes happens. Okay. So this is clearly deeply incorrect. So why is it jumping all the way over there? Did I swap some parameters? Oh wait. I did swap this one just to see if it would fix anything before. Or maybe that was just to flip normals, actually. Yeah, this being broken is strange. Mr. Thor? Hey, yeah? Yeah, I know. Yeah. Leave Gumpy alone. Yeah, you don't have to be angry. Thor is upset with Gumpy, the little foster cat. He keeps like pawing at the gate and yelling. He's like, hey, weird cat, stop existing in my territory. Okay, well, what if we increase iArc inner by 1 Are we gonna get quads that work? That are one step closer? Inwards, maybe? That's sort of what I'm expecting now. One of them. Okay, so this to me really feels like I've swapped something somewhere. It's gotta be the initialization then. It's gotta be the where do I create the vertices? Here. No, but that's not what I want. I want... Thor! Mister! Yeah? Hello. You're being a little intense, buddy. Where's the thing I'm looking for? It's not create vertex paths. Or is it? I feel like I'm getting a little tired, so I am not very good at focusing right now. It's where I populate here. The thing is, it's like, it is sort of correctly, cyclically starting from the right vertices, actually, right? Because it does look like this is a cyclical traversal from the corners. But it's the target that's like off by 1 for 2 of these. But I wonder if I'm like clockwise in one context and counterclockwise in the other, maybe? Because then the pivot would look correct, but the other two would look incorrect. Maybe that's the problem? Because there are some cases where I make assumptions about winding order that I'm not double checking. So what if we change this to next mod instead? What then? Will this fix it? Will this make Thor stop getting angry with Gumpy? Mr. Thor, you are going crazy for a cat that's just sitting there. She's just sitting there. She's just sitting there. Yeah, she's just sitting there. What? Gumpy's literally just like loafed a little bit away from the gate, doing nothing, saying nothing, just being like super silent and chill. And Thor is like going crazy, like running up to the gate, like big fluffy tail, and he's like upset, and he's like, "What? There's a cat here. What do I do?" Okay. Bevel. It's still wonky. Whoa. Yeah, I feel like I need better debugging tools for this. When you incremented your hard-coded index, like this, or... Yeah, this one is reversed. That is true. Which it shouldn't really be. I feel like this should work. Just going in order. Actually, you know what? Let's just remove the offset here as well. Let's just not have any offsets anywhere. That's probably going to be twisted into a loop initialization. Maybe? I don't remember one. Okay, yeah, this one is twisted, but it is symmetric. This one, we got symmetry. We did it. Okay, so now I think it's just an offset somewhere. Now we need to find the real offset. the one place where we need an offset. So okay. These vertices just seem very incorrect. So I'm gonna offset these one step. We're just gonna do this incrementally. Keep the winding, but offset it. What's your opinion on unit testing with Unity? I have never done it, so I do not have any opinions. Okay, the weird thing about this one is that it's like depressed into the center, which seems to me to suggest that the whole Bezier triangle in and of itself is in the wrong order. Okay, this is the last order. No, wait, now I flipped it, right? It would be 0, 1, 2. There we go. Selection order does not matter. Why is it so collapsed? Can we say hi to the cat? Thor is the one that likes to be carried the least out of all of my boys. Even Gumpy prefers to be carried over Thor. I really want to get this done before I end stream, but I am getting less and less hopeful because I don't know why this is collapsed. Do I like debug the... Ugh, I feel like I should have... This should have worked. Okay, but when we had the correct order, was that one also like weirdly sunken in, or was that one at least... It at least had vertices that were properly offset? Because if it's properly offset now, then we shouldn't touch that order. No, this is definitely not correct. God damn it. Okay. Okay, I'm probably too tired to fix this tonight. And yes, it's Thor. I'm so close though. It's so annoying. You also removed that prev mod. Yeah, that was intentional. Cause like this one should like work. Like this one on its own should generate vertices that are correct, and it is not right now. So the input data to this one is incorrect. Which seems to suggest that maybe the corners themselves are incorrect. Do I need to sort those? But it would only be symmetric if it's like completely the opposite. Or maybe I got the direction incorrect actually. Maybe those all need to be negated. Maybe? Why not? What's the worst that could happen? Let's just negate some vectors. I would ask if we can say hi to Gumpy, but somehow I don't think the others would like her coming out. No, it's kind of tricky. Like, I could get Thor into a room on his own and toast, and then Gumpy can come out, but it's a lot logistically, so. Thor, buddy. Well, it is officially borked. Pretty sure I looked through this one and it looked very cyclical and correct. Gumpy is a foster cat. Because I found a cat who didn't have a microchip. And no tattoo in their ear, and they were wandering around begging for food in a town square. And then I tried reaching out to nearby town squares, put up flyers looking for an owner, and nobody's responded for 2 months. And so I now have a cat without an owner. So that's Gumpy. Which is a little sad. I don't know Gumpy's backstory, but yeah. Okay, I'm way too hungry. I'm way too tired. I'm gonna have to wrap up. I'm sorry. I really wanted to get this working this stream. But yeah, looks like not even the Bezier patch is working now. I guess like I had to reverse it for the Bezier patch. Because like I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm just gonna look at that. The one last thing. The one last thing. Thor! You're so intense, buddy. Gumpy's doing literally nothing on the other side, and Thor is like clawing at the gate, being like, I just need to. Okay, clearly now we got the correct vertices at least. But now the enumeration is incorrect. Did I make assumptions in my, like, Bezier cap maybe? Probably. Okay. Well, alright. I'm done for tonight. I really need to eat some dinner at midnight. Nah, selection order should not matter. That's not a factor. Because the bevel operation doesn't use the selection order when it applies, so. Good job? I don't know if it was a good job. I feel like it was not a good job because it's not working, but we're getting there. Almost. Soon. Maybe. Hopefully. Alright. Any last questions or thoughts before I go get my food and cuddle with Thor so that he's not stressing out too much? Oh yeah, I need to figure out if I can like cut the first like hour of my stream or something because there was nothing happening apart from setting up stream. Can I do that? Is that something you can do on YouTube? Like cut the initial whatever number of hours? Last time I tried to do that, I think I got it flipped, so it kept only the start useless stuff. Because I misinterpreted what it meant by... Oh yeah, I think there's a tool in YouTube that's called cut. And like, oh, cut. That means the cut tool allows me to select the cut that I want to keep. But it meant cut as in remove. Which is very unintuitive to me. But it makes sense, because cut is like a dumb word that means both the thing and the opposite, but... I personally prefer when streams just leave a timestamp in the description. Yeah, but like sometimes that doesn't work for... Like if you're watching YouTube through a shitty TV app, I don't think you can click timestamps. Although it would show the timestamps in the timeline, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I can probably add a section and then it might work. Director's cut would be funny if it was the inverse. Just keeping the stuff that the director didn't want. Exactly, yeah. Oh, you know what would be super cool, actually? They should make a... They should make a publisher's cut of a movie where, like, whoever's publishing the movie, like, whatever like top executive think they know what movies are like having those people do their own cut of movies would be really funny, because I can't imagine that it would be ever good, and it would probably be very funny to see like what they think people want, and it's just not even close to the like artistic vision. Because wouldn't it be super funny to see them remove like pivotal emotional scenes? Like, I feel like that would... This already happens? Okay, well, now I'm depressed. Thanks, NBD. You're right. I just wanted to have the, like, heightened version of that, just to... But you're right, that does happen. And that is probably the majority of failed projects. So. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna go cuddle Thor. Thanks for joining my shitty stream that YouTube started without my consent. And I think, yeah, I was streaming this on the like stream testing stream key, but it was YouTube was just like, all right, let's go. we're doing it. Like, okay, cool. All right. Thank you all so much for joining. Do I have anything to plug? I don't know if I do. There's links in the description. There's a Half-Edge Discord if you want to follow the development of Half-Edge. There's a link to Half-Edge's website, which I believe is https halfedge.xyz, maybe? That might work. That might be the link to Half-Edge's website. I think it is. Yeah, there's a link to the Discord if you want to join the Half Edge Discord, where people hibernate and chill until maybe the app that is Half Edge is going to be available at some point. I don't know when. It's the waiting room. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks for joining. I don't know when next stream's going to be, whenever I feel like it, because otherwise I don't want to burn myself out. And yeah, how did you get XYZ in the link? That's a TLD, so it's a domain name you can get, or like a TLD you can get. Anyway, alright, bye everybody. Hope this was a cozy or interesting stream. Time to cuddle Thor.